All right. How are we doing? So last night, my shop lights, the main lighting feature in this room, went out. Oh, I forgot to do the title. Might as well have the same title. I'll just put final part 2 done. Yeah. So my shop lights like failed on the network, and so I tried to reboot it, and I looked up how to reboot a Tasmota light, and it said, oh, if you want to reboot a Tasmota, hold down the power button for 40 seconds. I'm like, all right, cool. So I did it, and then I read the thread a little bit more, and it said that actually reflashes the device. I'm like, wait, what? It like reset all the software, so it doesn't know what its pins are, and it doesn't know that it's what network to connect to or anything. So right now, it thinks that it's connected to the network, I guess. Like, my network seems to see it. What's going on right here? There's just one hair. It thinks it's connected to the network or something, or the network thinks it's connected to it, but I can't get into it. I can't get into the web interface. So my lights are out. I think it forgot what pins are what and everything. So even if I go up to the device and hit the button, it doesn't do anything. I hope I don't have to pull it out of the socket and, you know, out of the wall and actually reflash it manually. I don't think I should have to do that, but who knows? Yeah, I'm in a weird headspace today. I didn't sleep like at all last night. I slept like maybe an hour. So I'm like, my whole head is like caving in right now. I'm gonna go get water, actually. I'm gonna get a big glass of water. I think if I hydrate, I'll feel good. But what's up, Walrus? Yonkers? Pro amateur expert. Thick nasty McNuggies apparently followed me last night after saying, I hope it's okay, I may follow you. Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? I'm gonna go get water though, because I'm gonna be shouting at the furniture for a little while in the dark. I'm so angry. My fucking lights, just like the Tasmota devices seem to need to be reset every now and then. And so the ones that are installed, like the track lights, are up in the ceiling, and my shop lights are actually in the light switch. And they're not too happy about needing to be reset because they're not coming up with the like on the right IP address. The shop lights, what it did was I was able to get into the web interface, but it was super slow. And if I hit reset, it would reset, but then not get back on the network and be fast and all that. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. I don't know what's going on over there, but I guess I did a factory reset on the settings for it. So we don't have lights today. I guess I'll be explaining that quite a bit today. Anyway, I'm gonna go fill a pitcher with water. I'll be right back. Yeah. All right, I have tidings of water. Tidings or tidings? What are tiding? Tide pods? I have Tide pods of water. How's it going? We're doing an after dark stream because I can't get my lights to work. I gotta figure out how to remote Tasmotize, because I certainly can't get to the light switch right now. I could pull it out of the wall, but I really just don't want to deal with that. This is like warm. What the fuck? It's not even cold water. It's like directly out of the fridge. Why is it like warm? Weird. Weird. Just put that there for now. Well, you're telling me to eat bleach. So maybe not a good idea. We've been using those Arm & Hammer pods. Those are pretty good. Oh no, I'm not sure. No, I don't know Banana Man. I do not know Banana Man. That's out of my scope of things I know. God, it's so weird. It's so weird without the lights on in here. Classic British cartoon. Do I know? No, I don't. I actually don't know it. I think I just know like Danger Mouse. I think I really should have used conductive or just copper tape on this. I should have used copper tape on this, because then we could have had one pad of copper tape and an exposed trace. This will be okay. This will be okay. This will take like 10 minutes today to do, in spite of the fact that I can't see straight because I'm so tired. Had a rough night. That happens sometimes. I had to change my pod in the middle of the night and then just not sleeping. So I think I have to go to bed like an old man tonight. Like, go to bed early. Oh well. Oh really? It's around that era, that type of animation. Much nostalgia. I'll open it and look at it, but I'm not gonna open it on camera or on the stream. Oh yeah, it's definitely that era. Well, then why haven't I seen it? Oh, because it's terrible. Oh, it's awful. Oh, that's very bad animation. That's very crudely drawn. God, that's really weird. They probably should not draw people. To think how many people had to like trace that and draw that in order to make it animated. How many hands did that have to go through? Oof. That's rough. That was a rough era. Yeah, the 80s. Ah, the 80s. That's how we looked at. Yeah, it was all the lead, all that latent lead from the 70s lying around on everything. All the lead. When I was a kid, aka the 80s, I hate to admit that. When I was a little tiny wee lad, I actually played in a windowsill in our old house. I used to play in that windowsill quite a bit. There was dust, and the paint was leaded. So I actually had a blood test come back as being very highly leaded. Yeah, paint tasted much better. Lead actually does have a sweet taste to it. That's why, I don't know, Rome fell or some shit like that. But yeah, so apparently I exposed myself to way too much lead, and a blood test came back from the pediatrician while my parents were on, like, I think they went to their grandparents, their parents' place, my grandparents' place up in New Hampshire. So I'm down here in Philly. My parents are like, finally a break from the kid, and they get a call that Child Protective Services was not happy with them. So I almost got nabbed by Child Protective Services because of high lead levels. They were apparently negligent, horrible parents. Yeah, and an engineer that's the transformation that I went through. I didn't become Banana Man. I became a sad sack of an engineer. That's how that happens. You gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. It'll get you. It'll get you. Oh, what we doing? buffering that up a little bit. The problem is I don't hear the final mix, so I don't know how my voice sort of meshes with the music. Is that the transfer? Well, no, they're not allowed to have lead in them anymore, so they don't do that. Maybe you become like a graphic artist or something like that. I don't know. What superpower do they unlock? What's the superpower where you get a free trip to the hospital? But it's I guess it's not free. Medical debt is what it unlocks. Ah! That was dumb. Yeah, I have to use leaded solder as a result. I wanted to use unleaded solder just to show that it's not bad. It's actually good stuff. But I don't know, I just bought the wrong thing back in the day, and so I'm sticking with what I've got. Partially leaded, I at least removed some of the lead from it. So it took me about 10 seconds to file down all of the circuit boards yesterday. It really didn't take that long. There's not a lot of material there, so it goes away very quickly. So I ended up doing my homework very quickly and wondering why I stopped the stream when I did. It's dark in here today. It's dark in here because my fucking lights decided that they wouldn't connect to the network. And I looked up how to manually reset a Tasmota device, and the answer that I got, that I read, I didn't read completely. Because if I read it completely, I would have known that if you hold down the button for more than 40 seconds, it does a full factory reset, not just restarting the device. Fantastic. The problem is I couldn't send it a reset signal. I'm not able to do that because it wasn't like working properly. It was like slow. The only other way that I would have to reset it, I guess, is to bounce the breaker, which I should have done. I should have looked at what breaker the shop lights are on, because these lights go, I think, upstairs to the upstairs bathroom. But yeah, so apparently my device is all fucked up, and so I'm sitting here in the dark. I've only got the additional lights that I put up in order to broadcast. How do you not, what? You just have a monitor that's flat? Well, if you turn it off and turn it on, I would assume that it still flashes color bars weirdly. I had the problem where I got up from my desk, and I think static electricity once more messed with the PCIe bus or something on my computer, and it ended up tricking Windows into defaulting to NVIDIA drivers for my AMD card. So I only have one monitor, and then I have to reinstall the AMD drivers, and it goes, oh yeah, that's right, you've got an AMD graphics card, and then everything works again. But it's ridiculous. It's like the computer still works, but it won't display anything, and you reset and it gives you bad drivers. It's like, I feel like I'm talking crazy to the thing. Is this Orbital? I think this might be Orbital. I think it's like old school Orbital. Taken it apart and replugged everything 3 times. I think it's dead. Ugh, that sounds awful. I would assume that there's a factory reset on those things. I don't know though. I don't know. I'd loan you a monitor, but you're like 300 miles away. 600 miles away. How far? Wait. Philadelphia to England. Notice how I know my city, but not yours. Distance. By car? I got news for you, Google. 3,000 miles. Okay, never mind. A little over, clocking a little over 3,000 miles. I know. I mentioned you. I mentioned you earlier that you followed. It's a fun username. We get a lot of fun usernames here, actually, to be honest. When the board goes live, I fear, because I will be turning over my stream to Chat's Humor, which is not a safe thing. Chat's Humor usually revolves around butts, mainly. But Twitch users think they're so funny. They're so funny, and so they're gonna gift subs to all of those so funny names. So, it's all right. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, no, when the board goes live, because if you don't know, this channel's claim to fame is not the fact that my lights are broken today, but it's this board sitting behind me that is actually fairly highlighted now that the main lights are out. But yeah, the claim to fame, we got a big block of wood sitting on the wall, and that big block of wood has an XY table connected to it that actually operates automatically when a user subs. So for instance, this anonymous gift to butts, I appreciate it, but I appreciate the gift sub, but that anonymous sub would go into a little controller over there and be given a location on the board. The board comes to life, laser goes over to the spot with a blue laser, it burns that name onto the board. Now, it's been a couple years since we've had it running. We've been doing improvements on it. We're gonna get back to that. I guess next week we need to hit it hard. I'm still waiting for circuit boards from Osh Park. I'm still waiting for them. So I'm a little disappointed in Osh Park's service at this point. Might as well go with Seed Studio, you know, because they take approximately the same amount of time. In spite of being all the way over in China. But anyway, so I'm waiting for circuit boards. When we get those in, we'll do the power supply stuff, and hopefully I can get the hardware rolling, because there's a lot of stuff just to do. So, yeah, it takes a long... Granny knitting a PCB. Yeah, they're very slow machines over there, very slow machines. I mean, the delays on something like that are, you know, you wait until they've got a full panel of boards, and then they run it through the machine. That takes like no time at all. It's like one big, like, factory process. It's like one machine. They put FR4 into one end and copper into the same end, and then on the other end, circuit boards pop out. It's pretty crazy, and I guess ink and maybe some solder mask material. But anyway, they've pretty much, like, it's just like a big automated machine that makes these circuit boards. But the problem is, you gotta wait for them to panelize it, and then they send it to you in like the worst shipping possible. And I opted for the worst shipping possible because the better shippings are like $20 or $30 more expensive. So it's whatever. American craftsmanship and fairly paid workers. Well, Osh Park is like cheaper than Seed Studio, so I don't know. But yeah, so anyway, we're waiting for circuit boards to come in because I want my warning lights to look good. I want them to look right. They gotta look good. But yeah, that board brings all kinds of weird usernames. When it goes live after a couple years break, it's gonna be chaos. There'll be blood on the floor. I'm a mess today. Work will set me free. Let's get started. Noodling around with electronics is pretty much my default state. So in spite of whatever I'm feeling at the time, noodling around with electronics will happen or not. Will happen regardless. So anyway, what are we doing today? What's going on? We're still working on my car. As usual, when I have you guys tagging along on these projects, it takes a lot of time to do even the simplest of things. So what we did yesterday is we noodled around and tried to figure out a nice way to alter this illumination circuit board, this lighting circuit board that goes behind the MID display, which is in the midpoint of the car. It's right in the center of everything. It's the center console in a BMW. It has lamps that illuminate the LCD. And because they're lamps, they need all of this space to create backlighting. Now, we're much better at backlighting now. Nowadays, you put a row of LEDs at the bottom of the display, and you have different sheets of material that will diffuse that very, very evenly. And while it would be fun to completely alter this to have that, there's no point. I mean, there's just space back there. So what this does is allows me, this is what and do. You guys smell toast? Anyway, so what this does, it diffuses the light all over, right? And it makes a nice even light for behind the little pixels of the LCD. This, we found out, is 5 volts. And also we found out that a bunch of the lights are dead. Ha ha, fun. Ha fun, the lights are dead. My car is returning to the earth at a slightly more accelerated rate than I had anticipated. So in light of that, what I'm doing, because I'm not going to order lamps and wait for them to come in, we replace them with orange LEDs, and it turns out they color match pretty damn well. Part of that is that there's a sheet of plastic at the front of this thing that makes it the right frequency. So we saw some forum posts when we were looking around at this of people like, well, the exact frequency of the BMW lights is this many nanometers, and it's like, shut the fuck up. Like, shut up. Stop talking. Shut the fuck up. Fucking BMW nerds. It's orange LED is the color. So we put orange LEDs in this thing, and it looked perfect, except we chose the wrong resistors. The resistors were a little bit low value. They were 330 ohms, probably should be somewhere around 430. 430 on 5 volts, and you get a decent amount of lights. They actually fade with the rest of, to make them red. Yeah, right. I have pink LEDs. I could make this pink. I would have to replace the piece of plastic, but blimeys. Hey, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. Even better. Oh God. No. We're so close to making it look completely OEM. I just need to put a different resistor in it, which takes 5 minutes of soldering. And we turned that into 5 hours of soldering because I'm stupid. What happened is I tried to do a little thing where the two surface mount resistors had the diode at the end, and then I rage quit that and completely desoldered the board. And then we tried to use the mill in order to dig a little extra pad. I should have just used copper tape. And one thing that I need to find is copper tape with a like a Captain backing, because the copper tape that I have, when you start soldering it, it wanders around the circuit board. It's not good for laying down like a little trace, which is what I want it for. I've done that in the past, is put copper tape down and use that as a surface mount pad, an extra surface mount pad. We use the mill. Yeah, I know. T minus how long until I actually decide to make this in Fusion 360? Even though it's like it's a 1-layer PCB. I mean, come on. It's a 1-layer lighting distribution PCB. There's nothing to it. I'm not going to do, no, I'm not going to do that. So what we did in the end, what we did is make little tiny perforated prototyping board LED dots. I needed to watch that to make sure that I got it back. I made little LED dots that are going to get soldered on with a giant solder bridge, and that's that. I'm not doing anything different or new at all. I'm done. This needs to end. So the only challenge today is going to be making sure that these boards fit in the opening in that reflector. Hey, what's up? Did you actually call Elvis? Because I don't have anything. I'm not expecting company. So you gotta call him back. You gotta call him off. What's up? So yeah, anyway, so we're gonna solder these boards down. I'm gonna do a giant solder bridge in order to attach them to the board. I'm wondering if I need to use a ruler to make sure that they're aligned properly. What this will do is it'll offset the position of the LED a little bit, and that puts it in the right position. It puts it in the center of that reflector so that the LED with its, 90-degree dispersion should hopefully reach all the points in the screens. There were some dark spots in the screens. They weren't so visible in the car because the light level's much lower than in here. In the car, it looked OEM, but there was a bleeding that happened because the lights are a little bit too bright. So we're taking the brightness back a little bit. I'll put it in the car. It'll probably still be too bright, but it'll look almost OEM. And it was nice. It's actually really nice to see all the text on the screen. We spent a lot of time with this multi-informational display unit, this mid-car display unit, replacing what is essentially a giant zebra cable. This is why manufacturers use that rubber pad that has all of those conductive traces through it, the really, really tiny conductive traces through it, so that you can just throw it on an LCD and it can be misaligned and still connect all of your pixels. And then that pressure keeps that cable constantly connected. This, cable, the pressure keeps the rubber bar constantly connected. This thing, unfortunately, does not use that principle. It uses a big flat cable to connect to the circuit board that has giant 1990s LCD drivers. It is an unfortunate era of electronics that we have to deal with, and I guess over time it deteriorates, and so I spent hours and hours on this thing so far. It was nice to see it in pristine working condition. We'll get it back there. It's just going to take a little bit of soldering. Let's get to soldering, because I don't want to be on camera right now. This is the unfortunate consequence of me showing my face on the internet. You know, I know a lot of, cough, cough, gonad, a lot of people that don't show their faces on the internet. And I was like, hey, it would be really cool. I just show my face on the internet. Have I fixed the audio? No, that's part 2 of today, because this soldering is going to take 5 minutes. Then we'll take apart the amplifier, this thing right here. You're looking good today. I feel the sleep behind my eyes. I hate it. I hate feeling like this. It's just a result of not sleeping, as a result of diabetes, as a result of my fucking immune system attacking one of my organs. The organ that is essentially a jello mold of glands, the pancreas. I don't have a face. It's an extra set of buttocks. All right, I guess I believe that, although you're very well spoken for an anus. That's like, I like that phrase. I actually like that phrase. I should put a mental dog ear on that one. All right, anyway. Oh, the people you'll see streaming on the internet. God, it's always ass humor, isn't it? It's always ass humor. You cannot get away from it. All right, anyway, so yeah, let's get to soldering. That's what we're working on. Bother, why does it look different in the shop today? Because my lights are fucked. I fucked my lights. I actually physically just fucked my lights. The Tasmota devices sometimes they're not really happy when the power bounces around here. And so my light switch that controls the fader for the shop lights, because I'm not going to get individual Ethernet lights, my brain. I'm not going to get individual Wi-Fi lights for this area. I don't like doing that. So I replaced the main switch for the lights with a Tasmota device, and I physically flashed that device. I revealed myself to it and put Tasmota on it. And then I had to use a custom script-enabled Tasmota in order to get the fader to work and all that stuff. That was all well and good for a while, but then these Tasmota devices don't really like it when they suddenly have to reconnect to Wi-Fi because they start fighting with each other or something. I don't know what it is. And sometimes they don't come up completely, and it helps to unplug and plug them back in, do a full reset. This one is connected to the power line, so I can't do that. So I have to somehow reset that device and get it to work again. I could get into the IP and tell it to reset, but it was in such a weird state that just like discombobulated it, and it would just come back to the same state. So I look up on the internet and they say to reset a Tasmota device, hold the button down for 40 seconds. I'm like, cool. And so I hold down the button for 40 seconds, and I'm like, now it doesn't work. And I looked at what I read, and apparently you hold it down for 40 seconds to reset all the settings back to defaults. So I was looking around. A lot of Tasmota devices like to wreck the routing. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I set them up for static IPs, and that fixed a lot of my problems, but every now and then they just kind of like, they just get discombobulated. And there's two of them, the track lights and the main switch, that I can't reset. I can't walk over to them, unplug them, and plug them back in. So my lights are dead because I factory reset the device, and now I don't know what IP it's coming up on. I think my router's trying to put it on the proper one, the 2.10, because it thinks that's where it's connected. But if I go to 2.10, ShopRite? No, ShopLite. ShopLite? They're not on here. Okay, 192.168, 2.10. There's just nothing there. If I go to like TrackLite, 2.11, you know, that one works perfectly fine. So I don't know what the deal is. But if I look in the router, it says 2.10 is connected, but oh well. Oh well. No idea what to do about that. Anyway, back to brass tacks. Oh, wait, hold on. Bonk. Okay, back to brass tacks. It's weirdly dark in here. It doesn't feel right. Let's get these LEDs soldered into this thing. This one. So now the microscope actually feels normal, sort of. We still got trails on it. Hold on, let me try to set up, and let me do the frame rate on this thing, configure that to 30 FPS, click OK, and then do this thing, which is going to initialize it. I have scripts that are set up that should, nothing appeared to change. How's the frame rate? It's still bad. My microscope's like fighting me today. I don't know what the deal is. 30 FPS, click OK, go to the properties, figure the video, gains that all the way up at the top. Here, do that, click apply, click OK, and then do this again. It's not actually doing anything. I gotta restart Stream Deck, I think. Hold on, let me restart Stream Deck real quick. Quit Stream Deck, quit. Start it up again. This is so, initializing the Logitech cameras is actually kind of important. It puts all my settings into them, and then the cameras tend to have like, they've got like a driver issue that Logitech has absolutely no incentive to fix. And the driver issue scrambles your settings, kind of. It turns the gain all the way up. It does weird stuff to your cameras. And that's why people generally in streaming, they'll upgrade to like expensive, like DSLR style cameras that can do video, and they don't need to. They don't need to spend all that money. So in interest of having a lot of cameras and not being completely destitute, I have special custom scripts that get these Logitech cameras to work. So setup, micro procedure, and it's, oh, there it goes. And now, no trails. Haha, I am the wiener. I am the wiener. I'll always be the wiener. Well, less trails. It just feels a little bit more snappy. The reason I have that, the reason I've webcammed the microscope is not just for your benefit. It's actually because having low delay video on this monitor right here means I can do the small soldering and I'm not totally discombobulated. I tried a Raspberry Pi camera, and originally before I decided to start streaming, I tried a Raspberry Pi camera and it was notoriously laggy. It had like a full second lag. Even if I reduced that as much as possible, there's a discombobulation with the delay. So I risk stabbing myself with a 650 Fahrenheit soldering iron in the hand when I have that delay, because I don't know where my hands are. Vsauce, Michael here. Where are your hands? Anyway. Bop, 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 bop. Bop. All right, let's see here. I was like, the person with no hands parodying that is watching the video, and it's like, Vsauce, Michael here, where are your hands? And then the person holds up 2 stumps, and they're like, ah! Love it, love it. Very funny. Don't get me wrong here. The joke is funny, not the disability. I know people like to get that twisted because I guess they like being mad at people, but don't get that twisted. All right, circuit board. So this is the circuit board that does the lighting. You can see here that actually 2 of the lamps are all the way at the edge, which is kind of crazy. Put a finger on a soldering iron, do you get sausages? You get, the burn is like white because of the dead skin cells. Problem is that you're viewing that on a microscope, so you get up close and personal with the damage that you've instigated. I decided to have Qdoba for lunch, and I don't know if it's getting along with me. I'm mad, and I'm gonna make sure that you know it. Yeah, exactly. People love being mad. They love being mad. So, although this is not a plus sign, it's actually not a plus sign. This is an indexer so that a pick-and-place machine can put the glue down and the LEDs down without human intervention. So there's a plus sign there. There's a very long circuit board. Plus sign there, and there's a plus sign all the way out over here, and that indexes the location of stuff. However, it just so happens that this plus also indicates to us where the positive lead is on these, what were lamps. Lamps don't have polarity. They're just a piece of tungsten. Don't mind this. This is where we fucked everything up. Lamps are just a piece of tungsten, but LEDs are a diode. So they're two pieces of silicon that we made kiss. We put them up against one another, and what they do is if you have one N-doped and P-doped, which is negative and positively doped, that piece of those two pieces of silicone, due to the nature of electrons, will set up a positive and negative charge at the boundary layer. And when you put a positive and negative charge on the other end of the pieces of silicon, your little silicon sandwich, that ends up manipulating that boundary condition. And so when you put enough volts positively, or well, you have enough voltage across the leads, those boundaries will propagate enough to allow the diode to completely conduct. There's a little bit of a voltage drop, and you're good to go. The only problem is that once you get that conducting with voltage, it can do infinite current. And so at high currents, the natural resistance of the diode causes it to heat up, and it used to cause LEDs to explode. So we're a little bit more advanced than just a piece of wire between two leads, and so we need to know which lead is positive and which lead is negative. That allows us to replace a lamp with an LED. I tried, because they're LEDs and they don't have a current limiting resistor on them, we need to add two components to this, and so I tried to make another pad that I could use. So I could put a resistor from here to here. The only problem is our cutting implement was way too wide. Way too wide. Probably could have made that work, but in the end, I decided to abandon my damaging tendency and my damaging technique here. And so what we have instead are just custom little circuit boards that are going to replace these lamps. Oh, what happened to that one? Oh, that one actually fell out of the board. I could probably have put an LED on this and just had little leads coming off. Nah. Anyway, what I did is I took pieces of perforated prototyping board and I created these little LED pads. But you see, here's the thing. Some of these have the positive lead and the LED in one direction. So here we have the positive lead is actually here, and the lamp is to the left. You can see the shadow of the lamp. Whereas over here, the positive lead is here, and the lamp is to the left. So what I've had to do is create two versions of these circuit boards. These circuit boards are just LED resistor, right? And then the board has the traces on it naturally. Hopefully this is pointing straight up and down. Yeah. So what we're going to do, I've got two different versions of these, and the resistor is always on the positive lead. So we just need to put the right ones in the right spots. So like, for instance, this one goes here, right where that lamp was, and it's going to stick. It's approximately the size of the lamp, and it's just going to stick over over this way, just a little bit, just like this, right? And so I'll make a giant solder bridge in order to get up to these leads. That's it. That's all we need to do. So I'm going to get the big iron on my hip. I guess I don't need the big iron. No, I'll just use the mid iron, the mid-sized iron, and we'll just put these things down. And then we'll be done. And then I'll finally be done with this fucking project. And then we can look at the amplifier. I need to find my tone generator. I need to find my signal generator so that we can put a sine wave into the amp and see if we can observe it on the other side. Now, I've ordered a new amp. It was only $60. So ordered a new amp. But in the meantime, we can just do a little autopsy on this one. Oh, the iron's not on. Beep. Watch it in thermals. Watch it in thermals. Watch it in thermals. Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. The dog is perfectly capable of coming down here. I think she's just opted to go take a nap upstairs. Which is unfortunate because it's fun when she visits. She was being a little antsy in the pantsy today, though. I think that's just in general. She's just a little antsy in the pantsy. See, I really wish these were plated through because then they would connect much more easily. I guess I need a lot of solder in order to make these bridges. I just want to kind of like tie these down for now. Ah, jeez, it's not working. Snacks tied to I'm not gonna bribe her. I'm gonna bribe the dog. She can come down here if she wants. It's up to her. We took a big poop on the neighbor's lawn today, so. Unfortunately, I cannot trust this surface to be straight. If I could put these down and align them with like a ruler, but I guess I'll just use this dot here to kind of position it. And so in the sense of what was there before, you gotta use the royal we when you talk about pooping on lawns. They're approximately the same size, and the LED is approximately in the location of the where the filament was. So we're good. We're good. They should hopefully fit perfectly in the spot where the other ones were. Spot where the lamps were. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. So just loading it up with solder. It's a kind of bad practice. We're using solder as a lead. Not a great idea, but whatever. Well, solder's relatively low resistance, right? I think maybe by definition it's supposed to be low resistance. Placing them down just like that. Just like that. See, that's why I did this, is because it goes down smooth. Wade Boggs goes down smooth. Let's see if I can just flatten that to the board a little bit. Nobody's gonna get your stupid references, brother. Wow, a little crooked. See, the only problem with the solder bridge is that it wants to not be a solder bridge. It wants to become a blob once again. Yeah, hold on. God damn it, you piece of shit. Okay, hold on. If we had the thing apart like I did the other day, then we probably would have been able to get these all perfectly in alignment, because I would be able to just put the plastic shell nearby. Audiophiles might complain about solder blobs. Doubt they do any harm. Yeah, I don't think they really do any harm. You are sort of relying on the solder's conductance. It does add resistance, but generally, I mean, we're talking about like silver here. You know, how conductive is silver? It's perfectly conductive. Oh, crap. This has not gone well. It's the bridges don't like to be sustained, so I'm not going to add leads to these. We can get by doing this. I just need to do it properly. Properly. Parappa the rapperly. Like that. That's a nice smooth pad. Nope, you come down here. Damn it. By the power of solder blobs. Oh man, I really do, like if these were plated through, I'd be having a much easier time of this. That's generally where you can do this sort of board edge to solder blob, is when you have a plated through hole, and these are not plated through, so they're not cooperating. Come on, man. Am I really gonna have to add wires to all of these? I guess I probably do, huh? Yeah, the LEDs certainly won't care. Plus, I mean, generally we need less, what do you call it? We need more ohms on the circuit anyway, so it can color match. I'm gonna get unshielded wire wrap wire, this stuff, and I'll just smash it into the lead. That'll be fine. I guess we can detach it pretty easily too. So we'll use this stuff. Darn. I wanted to not do that. I wanted to not use leads, but we don't have plated through holes, so I can't get away with it. Can't get away with it. All the shenanigans, just can't get away with that one. Why are you out of focus? What the hell happened there? Weird. How did that get so out of focus? Like that. Metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue. Actually, before metal fatigue, we'll just do that. Yep. Oh, wonderful cold solder joint. Love them. Always love a nice cold solder joint on a hot day. Metal fatigue, metal fatigue, metal fatigue. Ah, it's all going wrong. Okay, that's sort of better. Nobody will ever see. No one will know the things we've done today. All the sloppiness that we've rendered into the world. No one will know. No one will be wiser. This isn't. I don't like this. I don't like using wire. Hold on. We're getting that out of there. Get it out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Committing to a bit is my problem today. I have to commit to it. There's so much flux that it's not letting me leave a giant booger behind. How about this one? Is this one going to cooperate? Nah, I think we're stuck using wire. God damn it. It's like this tiniest of pieces of wire. I guess I'll just drop it vertically. That should do it. Yes, would you mind? Okay, all right, there we go. I think that's soldered. It's hard to tell. And that I don't need a wire for. I guess I just drop the wire on the one lead and we'll just roll with that. I mean, one thing that I guess I could do is reduce the size of the circuit board by filing these more, like vertically file them, and then the circuit board will be a smaller gap for the solder to bridge, and that would probably enable it. But oh well, here we are, adding wires. I guess I don't need a wire on the other lead. The other lead seems to bridge nicely. That's a real shame. Plated through holes, again, I'm just going to keep harping on this. If these holes were plated through, then I would have at least material to start soldering on that little hoop. That's what I wanted, but these aren't plated through, and I don't want the pads on the other side because I don't want them to short out on anything that's plated through. So that's where we are with this. My glucose level is not happy with me right now. I can feel it. Yeah, 231. God damn it. Stupid Mexican food with all your carbohydrates. Your delicious, delicious carbohydrates. All right, let's grab this. Why is there a big scar on this one? Oh, it's just a piece. All right, and this, just like that. When I move, it moves. Hey, that's not even soldered. Cool. Cool, very cool. Cool. I need more solder. More solder. Solder on. What's up, Copper? Oh, beautiful. Just what I wanted. Just what I wanted. Ah. Okay, gotta come over here. Actually, I should do the other pad before fixing that. I'll do the other pad so that it has an anchor, so it stays in position. And I'm not gonna get away with blobbing it up because they're too far apart, unfortunately. If there was a component here to be like a little dam, then I would have a little bit better luck bridging those, but it just doesn't like me. So where did my wire go? There's my wire. So yeah, we just have to do this 12 times. Not quite dead, but dead tired. I'm in that boat today. I'm in that boat today. Too much. It's too much. It's too much solder. Damn it. Hold on. Okay. 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 Right there. And like that. There we go. Doesn't really matter if it sticks up vertically. I'll probably want to go through and remove some material from it. No, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. We got to fix this resistor, though. It tombstoned. Major league tombstoning. Oh, God damn it. What are you doing? Get down here. This has gone all kinds of wrong. No. Please. Please. Sir, please. Sir. Sir, will you just stay down? Just stay down. Just stay down. Stay down. Come on. You little bastard. All right, you come here. Oh, it's subject to shaky hands. Oh, that was great. I love when it pulled back completely and disconnected. What the fuck? Why is this so wrong? Everything's going wrong. Everything's gone completely wrong. It's because I'm left-hand soldering. I think that's the main problem. I wonder what happens if I just apply heat on the other end here. If this'll... it's still up in the air a little bit. It's just going to completely disconnect. Oh, cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very excited about what just happened. Very, very excited about what just happened. I'm going to get another resistor. This one's rejected. Fingertips are buzzing now. That's always fun. Good times. Good times. Probably add flux. That might help. Yeah, I have a smaller tip. We're using the big one because I'm making... We're using the big one because I'm making solder bridges right now, but... Now there's the end of the lead of the resistor that ripped off. That's what happens to solder with the devil's hand. Idle hands spend time at the soldering iron. I think that's what they say. Well, hot air is not going to really help me keep my parts nearby. I think hot air would blow everything away. Ta-da! Okay, there we go. Is that still bridged? Absolutely not. So, back to this. Hopefully it doesn't pull away the resistor. That resistor looks barely soldered. I have some issues with that. If I can be quick... Oh, no, not fast enough. The problem with the 430 ohm resistor is that it's not a lot of resistance, and so heat travels through it very quickly. Come on, man. Well, that ended up looking like a hot air rework. Please. Why isn't it cooperating? Everything isn't cooperating today. All right, fine. Put a piece of wire down. Of course, in doing so, it's probably going to mess it up. Piece of wire, a little bit of solder. Break it off. Oh, that looks like a really cold weld. What the? That's a cold joint right there if I've ever seen one. Damn it. And then it travels because I'm putting different pressure on the wire. Where's this wire? There we go. Metal fatigue. Metal. Why? Why? This wire is messing with me. Sometimes the solder just doesn't stick to it. Oh my God. The entire trace is warm. I just felt heat from a totally different part of the trace. Oh my God. Are you really? Really? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, well, close enough. I'm gonna tin this wire. Jeez. That was ridiculous. You know, sometimes this wire wrap wire doesn't really like to solder in. It creates a cold joint, a cold solder joint, and that's bad because those can fail. I guess pre-tinning it with the rosin core is probably a good idea. Since we're basically just using it as a jumper. Ugh, okay. Keep my composure. Let's move on. On to the next one. This is soldering over our mistakes. That one's connected? Yeah, okay. Soldering over our mistakes from yesterday because we tried to mill an extra trace so that I could build this structure directly on the circuit board. Would have worked if I committed to all the work that it would take in order to implement, but can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. These are all the wrong ones. These go on the other side because the positive and negative flip. Oop. There you go. Couldn't they have made it LEDs from the get-go and not use one of those stupid flat cables for the LCD? All right, we're going to try to bridge this one. Yeah, if I had like a belt sander to drop this thing on so that I could make these circuit boards much smaller, would have been helpful in getting this to bridge. Or if I had used plated through holes, I guess I could have put a piece of Captain under it, under these too, to keep them in place. All right, you win some, you lose some. Hey, that thing moved. God, the solder is too good. It's not making a bridge the way that I want it to. I don't know if I need to use like terrible solder or something. Please just leave a big booger behind so you stay still and then I can solder you properly. Oh my God. I'm failing. This is my worst nightmare. There you go. All right, let's see. One time I had a dream that I missed a test, like I had a test that day in school, and I woke up and it turns out that I did have a test and I missed it. that was a tough time. I had to use the old diabetes as an excuse. My old trump card, diabetes. Back when you could say something was a trump card and you weren't being fucking political. It's like the solder is either making a perfect looking solder pad that has just the right amount of solder on it, or that won't bridge like I want it to, or it's doing this and it's not distributing the way that I want it to. God, it's just really pissing me off today, isn't it? I guess the past couple days have been weird for soldering. Is it because it's moist? Moist out? More flux. I'm not dropping a ton of flux on this thing. I don't want to clean that up. It gets into everything. Next. At least these look good. These are the last two of the ones that are in the orientation with the resistor up top. Like this one is not the right one. Like, which one is it? This one. There's one more. Like this. Why are you like this? Nope. Not that one, not that one. This one. Okay, well, that one fell, but we'll get it. What was on these pads before? They look like this. Where's that? They look like that. And so I had to cut one of the leads and then put a resistor across. Oh, what was on the pads before we did anything? Oh, that's this. It is a lamp. Get my hands out of the way. This was what was on the pads before, just a 5-volt incandescent lamp. And so I'm replacing it with these little Amogus-looking guys that are basically... Sorry, excuse me, I had a burp. They're the same color, orange LED. Well, these were soft white. I'm replacing it with an orange LED. And there's enough distance from the filament that it's able to diffuse properly. Before, we had the LEDs like right here, right where that corner's pointing. They were right next to the pads. And so the lighting was a little bit uneven, although I couldn't really tell from inside the car. But now it should be pretty consistent because I've made a device that goes in instead of the LEDs, instead of the lamps, and it puts the LED in the right spot. So, and it's approximately the same dimensions as the lamps were, if I can get them all positioned properly. That's a big install. That's a lot of memory. All right. Oh, you bastard. These resistors are very low value. They're only 430 ohms. So they that's connected. How? So they very easily heat the other side of the resistor. So I got to be careful not to apply heat for too long, or else it is liable to reposition itself and or just use surface tension. Hold on, I gotta move the board. I'm gonna move the board across. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna come back and clean up these joints. I think they'll be okay. It's not happy with the prospect of having to bridge an entire blob of solder, because when I do that, there's a ton of flux that gets deposited too, and the flux makes the solder joint behave properly, and I'm looking for improper behavior here. You know, I see designs that do this all the time. They do a big solder bridge at a position. They get away with it too. Maybe that's how I have to do it. So I have to bridge it like that, and then I pull this away. Nah, it's not really gonna work out, is it? Oh yeah, we're way off. Hold on. Need to be like here. I don't think I have any rosin-free solder. Yeah, that may be the way to do it, huh? Yeah, I think that did okay. All right, next. Oh, but it's lifted a little bit, isn't it? No, that's not good. And it needs to move back a little bit. Damn it! I'm screwing this up all over the place. Hold on, I gotta concentrate on this. Give me just a second here. I don't know why I'm messing this up today. Maybe it's just because I'm tired. I'm so tired. You know, I've created a fairly complicated job out of what should have been a very easy thing to do. Oh, you bastard. There we go. Scavenge 2 5.6 kilo ohm SMD resistors, add auxiliary car radio, 2 10K is the ground. Okay, cool. Solder braid. Solder braid's right over here. This is the visual asthma. You know that was a category on Twitch? Because it is, apparently. Flip it. No, damn it. Man, everything's fighting me today, and I don't know why. Well, also, look at all that flux, though. Yee. Let me get rid of some of it. I don't have an abundance of goof off, but whoa, okay. I'm bumping into everything. Like I almost just knocked a bunch of stuff over. I'm in a state today, chat. I don't know what's wrong. I'm out of it. The Q-tips I thought I had on the bench somewhere. No, it looks like they made it back into here. No, where'd my Q-tips go? Good. There's another thing that I don't know where it is. Hold on, let me rearrange stuff a little bit. I'm pretty sure they're somewhere around here. I was using them just recently. I've lost my mind. Everything's gone. All right, hold on. Look in the drawer. Look in the drawer. Here they are. Trying to use these up because they're not renewable. I'd rather use regular paper Q-tips because those can, at least you can grow more paper from paper tree, paper fruit. They get off of the paper tree. Where's my goof off? Oh god, then it just spewed all over the desk. That's what I needed. That's what I needed today. Yeah. Not even a comedy of errors. It's just errors. It's just, that guy's a comedy of errors, but there's no humor. But I ain't laughing. Wow, that just smeared it. It just made a smear out of all this whole thing. A tree is technically a paper tree. Yeah, this is true. True. Got a point. It's true. Not enough here to form a bridge, right? Yeah, I need a little bit more, which is going to add flux to this, which I don't need. The heck? Oh. Stuff is sticking to my hand. I'd like to be going quickly with this. My ambitions of very quickly bridging the solder pad to my own circuit board have gone up in flames. Sort of. God damn it. You. Back down there. I saw a little bit of solder movement over there, so I think that soldered itself back down. Oh my god. Okay, all right. I gotta drop the wire down right now. Do that first. Well, thank you guys for following and liking and commenting on this complete fucking disaster. Ow, the board gets a little hot. Ow, the board gets a little hot. Ow, the board gets a little hot. That was kind of painful. Ah, you fucking asshole. I am anger. I have anger. I have it. It's here. So here's the thing. I don't need tips. In spite of this being a total disaster, I don't need tips. Well, that one worked. That one bridged perfectly, as if to make fun of me. Oh, it's because my temperature was going down. Wonder if that's the key. Wonder if low temp is the key to getting it to bridge. All right, I need to maneuver this with my tweezers, not my hand. That one doesn't look very soldered, does it? Oh yeah, I need to put a ton of solder on this thing first. Ton of solder, go. Geez, hot air. Hot air is the thing. Yeah, as we're suggesting it earlier. See if we can get this one to bridge, like the other one did. Oh, but it's off a little bit, isn't it? Yeah, it's off a little bit. Damn it. I gotta position it. Position it a little bit more. Of course, now it's not gonna lock itself in place, of course. Of course, of course, of course. This is just how things work around here. Yep, that's just the way it is. Oh my God, I'm mad. I'm so angry. Okay, hold on. Yeah, they use lasers when they like build cell phones and stuff, because you can like concentrate the heat in a small area, I guess. That worked. We can get this one to work. There we go. Maybe the key is just an absolute excess of solder. Or not. There. Yeah. I guess I just need to use more solder. Maybe we could do that to these. Uh-huh. Yep, I figured it out. I figured it out. Flat iron, lots of solder, lift straight up. And that way it leaves behind a blob, but the blob ends up becoming like a little surface area monster. I want it basically to drip the solder down. Okay, everything I just said is wrong. Ugh. Yeah, it is. It really is. It's one of those jobs where you come up with all the techniques, like when you're done. It's like either or with this. I can't get it to fully do it. It's like I'll do the one pad or the other pad, and that's it. Maybe if I get rid of some of the flux in the area. Oh, come on. Yeah, I guess that is bridged. Okay. We sort of figured it out. Sort of. That one's a little crooked too. I can't really reposition them because it'll mess it up. It'll mess it up and I'll never get it back. All right, so now these have the positive on the other lead. So now we have the ones that look like this. And get these down on these pads. Let's see if we can bridge this one. Absolute excess of solder. Then I position this thing. Okay, that's actually pretty easy when you do it right. You son of a bitch! You failed me for the last time. Okay. I gotta shake my hand. Fingertips, no nerves. There. Well, it's kind of bridged. Kind of looks okay. Oh yeah, we can move the board down too, so I get better. So it's not, if at the extremes of the circuit board while I'm soldering, the board will bounce, and so that drives me absolutely up the wall because it'll throw parts. This little bastard had better actually fit back in the thing. Because these boards have enough height to interfere with the plastic. So lots of solder. Get my tweezies. I don't like these LEDs. They don't look like they solder when they're soldered. Oh, come on. You son of a bitch. I don't want to move. I'm in a perfect position, but I guess flux is sticking it down right now. Oh, it worked so well on the other ones. Yeah, I guess it really needs a lot of solder to do that. I'm waiting for that to look like it's solidified. I don't know. I guess it is. It's so much solder. Oh my god, it finally worked. Next. Hey, at least this technique is kind of working. I guess I can put the tweezers on these two little excess holes on the top here. I mean, another way that I could have done it that might have been a little cleaner is to drop solder down through the hole and have that solder to the pad. Watching this makes me want to stream some of the things I work on. Yeah, man. I would love to see it. We do have a personal projects section of my Discord, too. I love hearing about everybody's projects. People working on a lot of really cool stuff out there. But yeah, hey, the more the merrier. Oops. There we go. Sorry. All right. Get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I have the 90s Batman theme stuck in my head. Dun 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 dun. There we go. I used to watch that getting home from school. All right, excessive amount of solder, go. Oh wait, there's a big vertical blob on this, and I don't know whether or not I want to correct it. That might be good enough. I gotta be careful, because if I want to go back to these and make them look pretty, I need to get it right, and it's kind of tough to get it right. Fuck. Hey. I'm getting mad at my own stuff. I might buy my first soldering iron this weekend thanks to a refund I got from returning a shirt I'm too fat to wear. That's the bittersweet, but that's cool, man. Do you have anything you're gonna start soldering? I guess the best thing to do is just find derelict electronics and try to harvest stuff, because that's always the fun part. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of flux. I don't really like using a lot of flux in anything. I know it makes everything clean and wonderful and beautiful, so it is in fact a necessity. But at the same time, as you've seen even today, the flux causes stuff to stick to the tweezers, and it just generally, I don't know, I don't like it. I don't like it. Too much chemical. It is a personal preference. All right, you bastard. Maybe flux will hold it down. Nope, not even a little. Not even a little. Not even a little tiny bit. I need more solder. Trying to learn all this. My son's showing a keen interest in electronics. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I taught my nephew to solder, and he let go of the soldering iron and burnt his finger. I told him to hold on to it. Like, I told him, said, hey, this is really hot. You need to, like, keep your grip on this. And so he naturally lets go and burns himself. And then I was like, I guess when I started, I'm like, you got to be really careful because your dad's going to kill me if anything happens. So he's like keeping it secret that he burnt himself. And I'm like, listen, bud, if an adult ever tells you to keep a secret, do not keep it. I'll never drop it again, though. Yeah, I know, it's like burns happen when you solder stuff, but he's still very much interested in learning this kind of thing. So I guess next time he's around, I have some project kits that I bought. See, the problem is I can't put my, here, look what's going on right now. This circuit board is like the perfect size to put in this miniature precision vise, but because all this circuit board is hanging out over here, I can't rest my hand in this area. So I've been free floating it, and that's why things have been all over the place. And that's why I feel like I'm completely out of control. Just because I don't have a good wrist stop over here. I can do this, where I'm like super far away, and I extend the tweezers out. My tinnitus is also acting up. That's fun. I love E. Yeah, I could put like a Z axis, Z plate under it or something. Yeah, or I could glue them. I could have glued them. My personal theme song, yeah. Damn it! You know, Vader got the Imperial March, but we just get E. I'm gonna have to move the fan in a minute. This is just not comfortable. God damn it. Why is everything fucking with me today? Okay, all right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get it right. Ow! There's actually like a spike off of that one. Look at that. That thing poked me in the freaking hand. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna like rage quit the stream and take a nap. No, I'm pumped too full of caffeine right now. Why is it so dark? I think I my shadow of my hand, somewhat. Yeah, gluing the boards probably is where the smart money is. Oh my god, what is happening over here? This seems way too tedious to be correct. I mean, this is perfectly fine. I'm just having a little bit of trouble with my tools. And again, plated through holes would have been much easier to work with. Please. What the? Okay. We're gonna remove that solder. Carry the solder, under the solder, remove the solder, letting the days go by. For some reason, I've now soldered my vise to bare FR4. I don't get it. How did I accomplish this? Why are we here? How did I do two dissimilar materials, both of which do not solder? They don't tin. Monitor with the color bars flashing is fixed. I just needs taking apart and swearing at it one more time. Yeah, there's a certain number of curse words until you've chanted the proper summon spell for whatever demon is going to allow this device to work. There, and then it just soldered perfectly. Yeah. Correct would be designing and ordering a completely new board. Yeah, that's not in the cards. Although, I guess I would probably sell it to more than a couple people if I did that. But it's just a board with LEDs on it, so how much are people willing to pay for that? They are BMW nerds, so they might have pockets, but I don't really think it would be all that impressive. I almost hit the soldering iron with my hand. That's fun. I cannot get solder on these. I gotta be really careful around this part. And I guess I can get the solder off of those pads if I do, and they will still function properly, but I just don't want to deal with it. I really don't want to deal with it. Oh, let's not work all the way out over the edge. God damn it. I don't want to have this song stuck in my head. Not board with LEDs, it's LED upgrade board. Specially selected artisanal LEDs. Where's iron? They're iron. They're iron. I see iron. Fuck. Do it right the first time. Come on. Ah. Yeah, it's not going to happen unless I add solder to the blob. Right, just like that. I move, you move. That's too far over. Damn it. Perfect. Ah, not perfect. Look at that lead. Terrible. Good enough? I'll have to come back and correct it, but right now it's being held down, so that's all I really can request out of that. There, that's good. What's that? I had to do stuff like this with the perform once on a bigger scale, and it was hell. Yeah, this is, I mean, I am angry, but this isn't so bad. This would be better, again, and I keep saying it, if I had plated through holes on these pins, on the perforated prototyping board. Plated through holes would then mean that this technique was actually legitimate. I wouldn't have had to use as much solder. All right. Guess I'm using up my solder this way, huh? Hey, thanks for the bits. Thanks for the content. Hey, man. I appreciate that. That's a full tenor. Appreciate you. I love it when it just doesn't solder. It just doesn't do it at all. It's just like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I guess my frustration is your entertainment, huh? That's the grand scheme. This is all just to fix my car, my personal car, and make sure that I got lighting in my car that looks good. Uh-oh. Whoa, both pads were molten at once. Did you ever think it wasn't? You know, I don't think I've ever been under that pretense. If I were actually frustrated, I probably wouldn't stream. There, see, like that. That's what they should all look like. But no, gotta fight me. All right, let's check and see. Oh, shake my hand a little bit. Personal feelings of this are on par with gaming videos, I suppose. All right, is everybody connected? Looks good. I just snapped the board. More or less. If I saw this in my car, I would comment about how sloppy it is. Hey, thanks for the bits, Civalo. Civalo. I don't know how to say it. But yeah, Bruiser and Civalo, thank you for the bits. Bruiser with a significant number of bits. I think that's the most bits that I've gotten in quite a while. That'll show up in my email. And it'll help me out. Help me buy more solder. 5 is all I had. Hey, that's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. The big project that brings in the bacon here is not in effect right now. But the project, and excuse my lights for being out, because they decided to like unprogram themselves last night, so I don't have the main lights in here. The main draw of this stream is typically this board right behind me, and we're working on it. We'll work on it more soon, but that board is an automated XY table. It's a table that I put on my wall, and that wall burns the names of subscribers onto itself. So you have like Noodle McFartpants gets lasered on to a block of like really nice wood in 1080p or however many P you guys have. That's typically what happens around here, but oh yeah, I forgot noodle mixing sound is here. The board filled up. We filled 2 boards with thousands of names. We're working on upgrading it to the best of our abilities. So there's a lot of 3D modeling and 3D printing involved in it. For now, though, I'm doing side projects just to keep the variety going, so we're not totally annoyed with the same project over and over. So yeah, this is a car part that needed fixing anyway. Let's just see if it illuminates. Now, I need to hook this thing up to the benched power supply, and that requires a couple leads. So I'll put it into this perforated solderless breadboard. There we go. Perforated solderless breadboard. And ground wire, the black wire. Oh, purple apparently is ground. All right, well, close enough. So there's ground. Ground was this pin. Done this by memory. Which one is ground? I think it's that pin. Goes into a bunch of stuff to protect it from the car's power system. And then we are... Actually, wait. It was pin... Was it the pin all the way on the end? It doesn't look like it from here. Which one of y'all is ground? Hold on a minute. A ribbon, 90s tech indeed. Yeah, it really is. This is very much 90s technology. That one is ground, so it's all the way on that end. Second pin in on the top row. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Was that the way we had it hooked up? I don't think so. K-bus is right on top of it. Those aren't even soldered. What the hell? Wait, they can do that? They can just not solder stuff? I'm officially Noodle McFartpants. Noodle mixing sound. Fartpants. I'm gonna look at the pinout. I'm gonna look it up. We might already still have it open in a window. I'm gonna look it up. I don't trust myself. That's not it. That's my analog braking system. Why are these windows still up? Let's see. Pinout. That's the wrong one. That's stereo. That is the amplifier. We're gonna need that one later. That is the parrot system. That is some guy. All right. Oh, this is it. Yeah. Okay. Pin 1 is ground. Pin number 1 is ground. Doubt. this one is ground. But that's pin 2. 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need pin 1, and then 2, 3, and 8 are connected to 12 volts. 12 to 14 volts. Huh, okay. That's weird, because pin 1 clearly doesn't seem to connect to anywhere, and then that pin is clearly ground. Whatever, I'm just going to follow the guide. These things usually have a nice little printed, yeah, pin 1 is there, which is this pin, but it doesn't appear to be, huh. Okay, well, pin 1 ground. Yeah, we got this thing working before, so I'm just going to follow the instructions. It's 1, 2, 3, and 8. Okay. 1, 2. I mean, luckily they made these things nice and jumperable. All of my pins are the same colors. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, and 3. And then 4, 5, 6. Oh, I see. 7, 8. Yeah, that's the second pin in over here. Makes some sense. Weird though that one of the pins is actually connected to the case ground of this device, and it's not mentioned in the pinouts that people are providing. I need like a carbohydrate nap. Okay, there. So, okay, that's the pins that we need, and these 3 are 12 volts. Positive power. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, what's going on with this? There we go. And then I need 2 of these. 1 and 2. And that is ground and power. Ground and power. All right. So now I can hook up the power supply. Turn that on. We're going to need to hook up the power supply to the amp anyway. Although I don't know if these leads will handle that amount of current. That's the only thing that might go totally wrong with the amplifier. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it's like. So, okay. There's a test mode for this screen. So I can do this, and then this. And then I need to hold down the buttons on the extremes. And then I can turn it on. There we go. All the LEDs are functioning. Now to you guys, they look like they're flickering, but to me, they look solid. So those work. So now we can put them into the device. So we'll screw them back in, take a look at what it looks like. We'll ooh and ah it for just a second, and then we'll move on with our lives. Now here's where it doesn't fit back in, because it doesn't fit back in. I guess it goes the other way around, perhaps. There it goes. Ah, fits. Fits good. Doesn't really wander around a lot. It seems like my my LED boards are holding it in place. So being very careful about the dimensions of the LEDs and that they get into the right spots has allowed this thing to fit back together properly. Although it's probably, a couple of them are kind of pushing a little bit, but it does fit back in. I'm happy about that. I thought that was going to be the next 2-hour drama that we were going to deal with. Just duct tape it in. You know, you got to have the follow through with this kind of stuff. And that often takes more time. Now, here's the deal. We got Torx screws here, and I don't have Torx screwdrivers that have long necks. Because we don't have necks here. We're sharks. Sharks don't have necks. But the wonderful thing about a Torx bit, and especially true of security Torx, is that these wonderful little lobes here correspond in distance approximately to an English screwdriver, an English flathead. Bada bing. And even the offset. That was actually dog hair. The dog hair is very, very thin. She has hairs that's a dog hair. these hairs defy gravity, and they'll end up in whatever I'm eating or drinking. I don't know how many dog hairs I've ended up eating over the past couple months. Now, look, by comparison, I can just tug at my beard a little bit here. Hold on. I'll show you guys beard here. Just tug at the beard a little bit. Tug at my weird beard. Okay, apparently, okay, there we go. That's what a beard hair looks like. They're much thicker. I have big manly beard hairs, okay? Much different than dog hair. Pubic hair. Now, pubic hair, no, I'm not going to do that. Oh, it's no neck, just a beard. Yeah, it's a soft coupling, yeah. It's a soft coupling, my beard. Yeah, that's what's holding my head on my shoulders. It allows for a little bit of flexing, and that's kind of important. Get back here. Okay, there we go. Nice of them to provide these holes so you don't have to desolder this board in order to get at the illumination. It's almost like they predicted, rightly so, that bulbs would go out. You can buy kits of the bulbs. Sometimes you don't even have the housings on the bulbs. The bulbs are just, like, hanging out. It's funny, though, that they didn't use LEDs. The weird thing is, your head is held on with beard Velcro. Yeah, that's actually a brand, though. And I don't use that name brand. So it's actually called Hook and Loop. Beard Hook and Loop. Yeah. Because it's only Velcro if it comes from a specific valley in California. Otherwise, it's just sparkling adhesive medical strips. What's going on here? The flat cable's fighting me. But I have opposable thumbs. Detachable. Yeah, this one's a little weird, but I think I'm okay with it. There's a little like bulge in the PCB, and that's just because of misalignment, but I think it'll be okay. As long as light gets in the light hole. Beautiful. Display. Oh, dear God, what happened there? Oh. One of the bulbs was out until I tapped the backside, and then it turned back on. That's not going to fly. Okay, so this one up top we need to fix. There's a wonky connection on it. Glad we caught that. Early 90s white LEDs? Did they have them then? I don't think they did. The blue LED was mid-90s. Well, later in the 90s, actually. Late 90s was blue. And blue originally ran off of 5 volts because they had to have so much ultraviolet light in there in order to get the phosphors to glow. Where did that... I heard that... Okay, good. Oh, it's right in front of me. Whew. I flicked it in that direction, and I really didn't want to crawl on the ground to get it back. All right, so what's going on with this one? Yeah, they used to be like $5 each at Radio Shack, the blue LEDs. I wound up buying a bunch of blue LEDs, and I modified them into my Nokia phone. And I made a total hash of it because I was using just a regular old Radio Shack soldering iron to do like surface mount stuff, and so I had pads ripping up and stuff. So I had to bridge a pad with a piece of a little piece of wire. And when I got the phone serviced, like for a software update, because you used to have to go in to get a software update. I got the phone serviced, got a software update, and the guy comes back like white in the face and was like, "Whoever did this to your phone, you need to take it back to them." I'm like, "I did it myself," and then I walked away. What isn't contacting here? It looks like it has every opportunity to make contact. This thing faces what way? It's this one that's actually a problem. I think that resistor isn't soldered. Oh no, that means I need to deal with the surface tension again. And then that wound up desoldering this. They're more than 50 pounds? Jesus. That is really expensive. Yeah, I guess they reformulated or something, or they made enough of them that the volume pricing helped out. But 50, that's ridiculous. They were like $5 each at Radio Shack, I remember. Wow, that's kind of embarrassing. Look at the junk in that trunk. That thing's got a bubble butt and a half. Or if I can do this, heat this side. Didn't work. I'm just trying to make sure that this thing is soldered over here. Ah, I'm gonna ruin it. I'm gonna ruin it. look at that blob. God, that is a bubble butt and a half. Jeez. Well, there's no way that's not connected. Just, you know, hopefully I'll never ever see this again. Bubble butt. Bubble butt. All right, let's put this thing back before I end up ruining it more. Extra support. Extra cushion for the pushing. Let us do this. Oh wait, I need to over here. Over here. Dish out of the way. 1, 2, and then boop. Yeah, that should work. All right, back in. You always got to fit it 3 or 4 times for it to work, huh? I could probably position the ones on this end a little bit better to let that circuit board fall into place, but no, I'm not going to do that. I will just leave it the way it is and be done with it. Check with a multimeter? Well, no, but the problem with checking with a multimeter is that I would then be putting pressure on the thing, and it was the pressure that made it weird. So I think this one's okay now, though, as long as everybody else cooperates and I don't have any other loose resistors. Kind of annoying that my solution in the end was so close to what I originally did. Yeah, that's what makes the 5-minute job a 2-day job. But I don't know. I'm a little frustrated with that, you know. Like nothing special about it. It's not, and the resistors aren't even easy to change out anymore. They're like a trap. It's just because I didn't have the right stuff. I guess I need to go get more little circuit boardy things, more of those development board things, or probably not. I probably shouldn't rely on those. I guess this is where all those people that are looking to make circuit boards in their own home, this would be where that would excel. But this is such a rare and weird opportunity for us, actually having LEDs that were close to what was needed to make a board that resembles the original lighting. That was lamps. It's not going to be a thing that happens that often. Not often enough for me to justify an entire circuit board authoring setup. Although a proper CNC router wouldn't go missed. That certainly would not go missed around here. As a proper CNC router, I could have programmed it to do that cut for me. Also, if I had the right, the V-groove. Can't survive a multimeter. It's not going to survive a bumpy road. But false positives will occur. That's what I'm saying. Okay, test mode. Might look pretty dim, but it works in the car. Where's my light switch? Hey, Callan27. Thank you for the 16 months of Prime. I appreciate that. That is very nice and kind of you. You are a nice, kind person. Looks pretty even, actually. There's maybe some dim spots to it. You guys obviously aren't going to get a good impression of what it looks like. It's a dim lighting, which I don't have a good... I can't really display all that well. When it only powers up the top row, that's actually really visible. But I guess that's just... It's just what was there before, too. So... Cool. Well, I think we did good. This is ready to go back in the car. I'll do one more loop, but I'm looking at it with Mark 1 eyeballs, not through the monitor. Yeah, you guys can see this much more clearly, but you can tell that that's illuminated. This is out of my... All these parts are out of my car, which is a 528i from 1999. So it's a station wagon too. It's a touring model. When I was working on the anti-lock brake system, oh no, I missed it. It's off. Yeah, it's all fixed. It's all good. Oh, I should turn on the lights in here. It's a little dark. Out of my summer car. It is starting to feel like a my summer car kind of situation, isn't it? Basically, Entropic Heaven. Hey, thank you for subbing. Callan27, 16 months with Prime. Entropic Heaven, 14 months with Prime. Thank you guys so much for subbing to this channel. My car, I was working on the ABS, and the battery died. And then I got a new battery for it, which was not cheap. Put it in, and no sound on the stereo. So people started suggesting things. I started looking stuff up online. How do people deal with this particular car when the stereo goes completely dead after hooking a battery up? And I found somebody with the exact same situation. Turns out the solution was to hook up the battery again, unplug it, wait 10 minutes, plug it back in. Do that a couple times, and then sound comes back on. Because sometimes the modules talking to each other digitally don't exactly get along. I did that. I did that until I was blue in the face because it was cold out. Didn't work. So one of the weirder voodoo solutions that I found was tapping the two leads together, apparently. We investigated the head unit, the actual receiver unit, to see if anything looked like it blew up. Nothing really looked like it blew up in the receiver unit. That looked like it was fine, right? It looked perfectly fine. I didn't know if that was the problem, or if the amplifier in the trunk, this thing right here, was the problem, or if the cell phone module was the problem. Well, I disconnected the amp, and then I pressed a button on the aftermarket cell phone module, and it went, please select language. And I'm like, who said that? There was nothing hooked up to the speakers. So apparently the cell phone module goes between the stereo and the speakers, and it drives itself, I guess. I don't know if that can damage my amp or not. I guess not, but anyway. So the cell phone module isn't what was taking everything out, because if I unplug the cell phone module or power it down, there was still just no sound. It wasn't doing something to blank the audio out. The head unit, I didn't know what the status was. Everything inside of it looks just fine. There was a hardware error that was reported by the module itself on the digital bus that the car speaks. So I was able to get the code out of it, and it just said hardware issue. I'm like, I don't know, it's like an old CD changer or CD player. It's probably just old. Well, we took it apart and it looks totally fine. Apart from maybe like bad transistors, it looked like there was nothing wrong with it. So I took the oscilloscope out to the car, and at the connector for the amplifier, I plugged in some probes, and I saw, with mine own very eyes, I saw a waveform that looked like people talking. So the radio was working and sending out a signal to the amplifier. So it has to be the amplifier. The amplifier has to be the problem here. I had this thing on the healing bench before. I had it over here on the bench and I was working on it. And I ended up resoldering a bunch of connections that it has because there was quite a bit of corrosion on those connections. So it could be that that's part of the problem, or the drivers themselves could have died. So, hey, thank you for subbing with a Prime. I appreciate that very much, very greatly. Thank you. I appreciate those Prime subs, because you don't necessarily, they don't renew, is what they don't do. Maybe it is aliens. Maybe aliens got to my car. I was gonna say computer. I'm so tired today. I'm gonna get a glass of water, then we're gonna open up this amplifier. Let me clean up a little bit first. So I don't know. I don't know if we can repair this or not. I've already bought a new one for $60. It's not like not anything particularly expensive. While we were working on the amplifier, I actually fixed that display unit, and that's what we just finished doing. So we are now at the amplifier testing part, and the only part of my car in recent memory to actually be improved over what it was before is that unit. It's the display unit. The pump you see behind you is the pre-compressor anti-lock brake pump, and the one that's in my car is probably currently the problem with the anti-lock braking system. I'm gonna brush my teeth with this. All right, jumper leads are all over the place over here. You can make a little bit more room if I just neaten up a little bit. I'm gonna get myself a glass of water. Water, so dry. Does anything on your car work? Intermittently, yeah, intermittently. It's been reduced to just like a motor with a couch in it, but you know. Okay, standing up for a second. Got it. It feels weird in here because I don't have the main lights on. The main lights have failed me, and I accidentally reset all their settings, so I need to find what happened to the device. Probably need to reboot it somehow, which I guess would involve going to the fuse box and flipping the breaker. Breakers and fuse boxes. What is this world coming to? What scope? It's a Rigol 1054Z. Now, I bought it a while ago. I bought it in like 2014. Yeah, I think it was like 24. I bought it a long time ago when it was like the name in hobby scopes, because you can unlock higher frequency settings on the thing. You can fully unlock it. Nowadays, there are probably better scopes out there, to be honest. The powered pallet trucks at work, they go on strike every now and then. When the engineer comes out, pretends nothing's wrong. That's how my car feels. Yeah, that's exactly, actually, that describes my luck with my car very, very closely. It's like, the car says everything is fine except everything's broken. That's pretty much it. 300 bitteroonies. Hey, Veet Nukem, thank you. Thank you for the 300 bits. Almost a gift shub. A shub. I fear when things start going wrong in my car. It's an electric Kona. Being an electrician by trade, I figure it'll be like a mechanical. Figure I'll be like a mechanic one day. Yeah, I studied motors and controls, and it's like, now electric vehicles are starting to become a thing, so I guess I'm just still a car guy. Although you can't really do much with these electric cars now. Then again, car stuff is car stuff. So like, knowing how an anti-lock brake system works is, you know, it's gonna translate over to regular cars, gas powered cars. I don't know. Where's my dog? Where's Willow? Where's our puppy dog? She doesn't want to come downstairs because it's dark down here. All right, so this is an amplifier. Don't ask. I keep making that joke from hackers. This is a payphone. Don't ask. But it's like, nobody gets it anymore. Nobody gets my stupid references or the fact that I actually have a payphone sitting in the corner. All right, so amplifier. I've already been inside of this thing. I already know what makes it tick, but we can do this one together. It's very simple. I hear a collar. Wait a minute. Where's that puppy? Where's Willow? Willow, what you doing? Well, I heard the collar, but I don't see the dog. What you doing, bubby? Where's the puppy? Okay, fine. I guess I don't have a dog today. I gave her a new plastic bottle to destroy, and she's taking it away. All right, so this is a very simple thing. This is not the premium sound system. The premium sound system has a DSP amplifier that apparently you can talk to with the computer. This one is just an amplifier, and it is apparently what has gone completely wrong in my car. I bought these in order to do the brakes, and they're a weird kit. No puppy. I know. She'll eventually be around, like next month. It's always a 10. It's always a 10 in these cars. Aha, I called it. I want to get some use out of my new wrenches. Hey, I can write them off on taxes now that I've shown them on camera. That's how that works with streaming. I think a socket would be a much better idea. I only bought these because I was doing a lot of brake bleeding and I needed a 7mm wrench for the master cylinder? For the clutch, rather. Why did that one? All the other bleed screws in the entire car are 11mm, right? Which is still a weird size, but they're 11mm. And then the clutch, they're like, let's go with 7 or something. And then they all left for the weekend. Like, why do they do that? Well, this one's a weird one, but it's kind of a socket, right? All right, and then the rest of this is Torx. Torx! So we'll actually use a Torx bit for these. Because German. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I keep like stuttering. The weirdest thing that we've seen from the Germans is the design of the E46 sequential shifter. I like how, for me, I always pantomime the sequential shifter by just like punching stuff. You guys know the sequential shifter? You know that part of the car that you shift sequentially with? Anyway, the sequential shifter, we took it apart and we looked at the circuit board. It looks like it used to use physical switches, and then they changed it over to Hall effect sensors. So for each position of that shifter, there were 2 Hall effect sensors because it was a DPDT with a normally closed and a normally open, I guess. So maybe just an SPDT. Single pole, dual throw. Single pole, single throw. Dual pole, DPST, whatever. Anyway, the switch, it was clearly evident that there used to be a switch there, but they put 2 Hall effect sensors, one that was normally closed and the other was normally open, in the place of them, and then the circuit board was just completely batshit insane. There were some traces, like there was a cutout, right? An oval cutout. One trace went around the oval cutout smoothly. The other one took little angular turns to get around it. There were things where like a line would just go into another trace. Just bonkers stuff. Really, really bonkers stuff. I don't know why they designed it that way, but apparently, electrically, it is one of the more reliable things. I hear a puppy. Where's that puppy? Where's my puppy? No, I don't know. I heard the collar jingle. That could mean she went all the way upstairs or down. Was supposed to have my first driving lesson today. Late until tomorrow, but still 40 pounds an hour. Oh, jeez. Didn't know the sequential shift. Wait, I guess you can get by not having a car. New cars are not mechanical or electrical. Yeah, they're just appliances. They're just computer wheels with an I/O. I tend to agree with you on that. I do. But even still, I mean, you're still going to have... You still have anti-lock brake. You still have normal braking systems and stuff. Like, there's still a lot of car stuff there. And just the motor is going to be completely different. But I guess everything is kind of coordinated with the computer. All right. There's one. Why did that feel... Oh, no, it didn't feel loose. Here's the thing. This heatsink is attached on here pretty powerfully, right? In order to get the circuit board out of here, I can get the metal plate off, obviously. That's what I'll do next. But we may need to desolder up here in order to get this thing to move away. Why is this thing off? Hold on. Make a car way too smart for its own good, regardless of the powertrain? Yeah. Yep. All right, so let's get all the screws out. Here in Gubba, Great Britain. Yeah, you can... Possible to live your entire life without a car. Huh. How do you visit your family? Yeah, the states are mad. I am not even phased going like for a 45-minute drive to get somewhere and still being in the same state. So this thing is covered in conformal coating. That's why there's a little bit of a yellow tint to it. Brake system, tires, and wipers. What about the interior? Crocodile, alligator. And I don't know, the door hinges and the headlights. They're like one of the things is still, I don't know. So basically what this is a big driver for these chips, these 5 chips that sit right here. And those are responsible for making the speakers fly in and out. So we'll take a look at some of this stuff and figure out what exactly it is. Walk, run, ride, bus, train. Yeah, I would love to be able to bike places. And I guess I can. It's just you need to invest quite a bit of time to get anywhere. Oh, learning to drive? Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of it is like you get a feel for stuff. Am I hearing my dog or am I... Hold on, I'm gonna go check on the puppy because I've got her here on my own. So I'm gonna let me put up a BRB. What our goal for this thing today is we're going to try to power this amp and see a signal go in and a signal come out of it. So I'm gonna have to find the signal generator too. But let me go check up on the puppy and make sure she's okay. I'm sure she's fine. She's probably just sleeping somewhere, but I did hear her collar jingle, so she might have come down here to check up on me and then leave. So hold on, let me do a BRB. What are my controls here? Overlays, BRB, and then I'll put on a little bit of music so you know that the stream is still going on. And then we'll get to the bottom of this amplifier. Quite literally, actually. She was just sleeping upstairs. I'll take her for the forbidden word. I can't use the word because she's still in earshot. I'll take her for a little tour in a bit. Okay. Here's your puppy. Yep. Yeah, we should put almost an engineer, give him an assignment to master my summer car before learning to drive. God, what would that be like? Not knowing how to drive, and well, it's not knowing. It's more like unlicensed. So. Yeah, I mean, mostly it's the rules. I mean, driving is not that difficult. It's just the little things. Okay, anyway, we're taking apart this amp. By the way, when the dog yawned, I got a face full of dog breath. I learned a car that I didn't own, even learned to drive stick. My dad taught me stick. Why do I have a missed call from Delaware Exchange? It's probably illegitimate. Hold on, I'm just looking at my diabetes right now. What's going on here? Carbohydrates. It seems to think that I am 11 grams of carbs light, but my glucose level is going up and up and up. So I don't like this. I don't like feeling this. I'm going to go ahead and give myself a big blast of insulin because I think this thing is too dumb. So now this is going to eventually communicate with the pod that I have on me and give myself that little bit of insulin that I just told it to. A lot of people don't they don't know about insulin resistance, and so when they see me injecting insulin, they're like, "Oh my God, how much insulin are you taking?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, shut the fuck up!" Like, I'm so sick of it. All right, so what do I have that can pull these clips out? These clips are holding these FETs in. I don't know. This might be okay. Actually, I think the flat bar is better. I think this thing might actually do it. Because they're just metal clips that push things against there, so those people must be used to type 1. Well, I don't know. I just used to get a lot of commentary about that kind of stuff, and it's like, will you shut the fuck up? Like, it's fucking rude. There's a big capacitor right here that I don't want to break. I think this is a job for pliers, actually. It is a job for pliers. The world would be a better place if people shut the fuck up more often. This is true. I've gotten, "Oh, you have diabetes? You're not that fat." I'm like, what? Huh? Ah. What is that, a pager? No, it's a special invite to shut the hell up. From me to you. Had the opposite problem with my mother in nursing care. She's type 1. Nurses insisted she needed 10 units before lunch. What they did for me when I went into the ER one time, right out of college, they would give me insulin, but they would give me long-acting insulin, and then they put food in front of me. And then they go, "Why is your glucose level so out of whack? Oh my God, we can't let you out of here." So they held me for like a whole day of that crap. So I spoke to a night nurse, and I said, "Dude, you've got to let me have my insulin pump." And he's like, we need to see your glucose levels be consistent for, be in normal range for X amount of time before we allow you to leave. So I was like, all right, give me my pump back. Once I got the pump back, I was out of there in an hour. Like, oh, everything's fine. Hypochondriac and a nurse are a dangerous combo. Well, the one that I have to deal with is having frequent appointments with healthcare providers, and as such, I end up getting diagnosed with goddamn everything. So I'm on like 1 billion pills. Like, oh, you should put you on a pill for that. And I'm like, please don't. I'm so done. I'm tired, boss. Let me die. It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday. No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. You get to doing streaming, you get to deal with a lot of rude people. But you guys are fine. You guys are fine. So this won't move. This won't come out. Because the pins on the back of this thing, for some reason, the backing of those connectors is machined within an inch of its life, I guess. So this thing does not leave. It won't move out of this space. And then we've got the amplifiers on this end holding them in. So I need to actually remove this piece in order to unplug it, which is really weird. Yeah. What the how did I do this before? Yeah, I think I just plucked this thing upwards. Is that a puppy that I heard? No, it's when okay, so I'm hearing these, and that noise when just right, like if I flick it, it sounds like the dog collar making a little jingling noise. And so I think that I'm getting visited by my puppy, but I'm not. How are we going to do this? Let's see. I suppose copious amounts of solder juice are going to have to be used. I can wedge something in there and slowly walk them up. And I guess that's going to be my best bet. This is what I did before, and it was a pain in the butt. I'm just wondering if there's a faster way to do this. Hot air isn't going to do it because we got plastic connectors that are right nearby. I don't want to accidentally put those into a molten state. So hot air's out. I think it's just big iron over time is going to set us free. Now, there was a lot of corrosion right here in the middle, but I've repaired it. I resoldered it, and I made sure that all the connections ohmed out properly. So I don't know what particularly is wrong with this amplifier, and it's probably going to be one of these amp things that has just given up. Gave up the ghost. But I kind of want this thing off and away from the heat sink so we can work on it a little bit more easily. What brand is the radio? Yeah, there's BMW logos all over it. It's BMW brand, down to the circuit boards. Reflow them in place. That's essentially, I mean, I'm just going to have to get the big soldering iron and just move my way down. I guess I could put chip quick on it, too. That'll help a little bit. Lightly prying them from the side. Maybe we can figure that out. Yeah, maybe that's what we need to do. I don't know. No. It's definitely not a crusty solder joint. Maybe. Maybe. But corrosion was up here, so I think up here was probably the big issue. It just still doesn't work, so I don't know. I do see quite a few crusty solder joints, though, from here. But I want to take this apart. I have a new one coming in the mail. It should get here on Monday, so we can just throw some Chip Quick on this. Chip Quick is an alloy that stays molten longer. Or we could try to remove the solder and do that little pry from the side so that it pops off, and then we can just remove the whole thing easily. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Because it's Chip Quick is expensive. So I don't have a way of holding this. I would like it like this. That would be nice. No. Just trying to prop it up. Ah, there we go. Hey, that actually works pretty well. Bada bing. Uh-oh. As everything falls away. Well, at least I can get to what I'm working on. And then I will use the larger iron tip to do the initial solder reduction. Tweezies. this, put this here. Who's that? Is that Buppy? Is that Buppy? Where's that Buppy? What you doing, Buppy? Good girl? Hold on, I have to pay attention to this dog who's looking at me. What do you think? What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing, Buppy? What's up? She's gonna sit and bark at me and ask me, because that's asking me to go on a tour, on a little journey, through the neighborhood. Isn't that right, Bubby? Isn't that right, Bubby? What you doing? Good girl? Hey, can you speak? Can you speak? Speak. Oh, that was close. Come on, speak. Oh, that's not speak. That's not what you're doing right now. Do you want to go outside? I'm gonna take her on a walk. I think it's been like 3 hours. So, do you want to go outside? Can you go for a walk? Speak. Come on. Give me a yes. Give me a confirmation. Speak. Speak. Oh, that's not speak. It's not speak, you adorable little thing. Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, I'm being bitten. I'm being attacked in my own shop by this little gremlin. Ah! Hey, right, all right, all right, all right. What is that? That's rude. You're being rude. You're being very rude. Speak. I got a little grumble out of her just then. That's a roof. Okay, let's go for a walk, huh? Yeah? Good girl? Oh, I was trying to pet you. Oh, I just want to pet my puppy. I just want to pet this puppy. Okay, you good girl? Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. I'll just do this view, and then I'll put up a BRB. BRB. Yeah, we went to big parking lots around here in order to practice driving. Big parking lots. I guess the age has gone up, hasn't it, for driving stuff? I need to move my legs a little bit too. So let's do a text box. That's not, wait, my hair's, wait a minute. Okay, I will be right back. Let me just do this. I know you're right there. sec. All right, let's see here. Hey, Bubby, what you doing? Good girl? All right, sit. Good sit. Good girl. Here. Speak. Oh, you got a little woof. Good. Move this out of the way. Is that even in the camera? It is, actually. Sorry, that was in my shot. Okay, sit. Shake. Good. All right, we're gonna try this one. You're gonna get belligerent. You always do. Sit. Sit. Good girl. Lie down. Good. Bang. No, you can do it. Bang. Hey, that's not bang. Lie down. Bang. Where's she on camera? Okay, she's barely on camera. Bang. Oh, come on. Here, let's move over this way a little bit. I know. I'm holding the treat. For shame. Lie down. Good. Bang. You can do it. You know this trick. Oh, come on. You got a bunch of people watching you. Bang. No, I shot you. I hit you. Bang. No, I hit you. Bang. You're not playing fair. You're not playing fair. I hit you. I totally hit you. Lie down. Bang. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. There you go. Takes a couple tries, but she's got her heart in the right place. Isn't that right, Bubby? I got one more. I got one more. What else can you do? The only other one we know is come. Willow, come. Get you good girl. That's a good puppy. That's a very good girl. That's a very good girl. Lie down. Good. Good girl. There you go. That's a good girl. I'm going to give my puppy a big hug. Oh, where's she going? Oh, no. What? What was that? What was that? What was that noise? What was that? Here, Willow. Sit. Sit. Good. Speak. Good. That's a good girl. That's exactly what I'm going for, is just a little Murph. Speak. Good. It's a good girl. It's such a good girl. Oh, did you get kisses? Sorry, I'm baby talking into the microphone. You good girl? Mwah. Okay. What? What do you want? What do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with this puppy? What am I supposed to do? Am I going to pet her belly? Did you go, puppy? Did you go? Hello, welcome to my show. Today, I'm going to teach you how to be a dog. What? Okay, you can go. Oh! What? What? What are you doing? I got her a toy just for down here, and she brought it upstairs. This is the first thing she did, so it's a good girl. Okay, now we're going to hang out, okay? All right, here we go. She said hi to the corgi-owning neighbor, so she got her social interaction in. Let's see what chat's saying over here. Turn off walkies. Boy racists? What? Oh, boy racer. Oh. Yeah, that's Willow. That's our Willow. She's a good puppy. I don't know if you guys could hear the little Murph that she does when I tell her the speak command. She does a little Murph. And she struggles to make it as soft as possible, which is hilarious to me. We were trying to teach her lie down, and she was getting belligerent. Same way with the bang command. She was getting belligerent and kind of huffing at us. And so I turned that into good speak. So that her little belligerent huff is what she knows of as speak, and not full volume bark. Because when she full volume barks, like, my ears ring. It's loud. Did I lose the dog? Yeah, I'm yelling at the furniture, so naturally I lost the dog. I think I just heard her go upstairs. All right, so we're trying to take apart this BMW radio amplifier, right? I should probably actually drink some water. I'm going to do that. That was a good drink of water. No, I'm actually going to drink the water. There we go. Okay, so amplifier, BMW, dead, gone, completely obliterated. Now this thing is fucked. I don't know why. There's no outward signs of anything having overheated on this. There was a lot of corrosion right here, and I cleaned it up and I ohmed it out. So I thought I fixed it. But apparently this is what was wrong with the car, and it failed when I reconnected the battery. which is apparently a thing that can happen. Unfortunately, to take this thing apart, you need to desolder. So to get just the circuit boards on the bench to where we can actually test them, we can put 12 volts into the 12 volt pins, and then we can do signal in versus signal out. The signal in comes in on this header over here, and it goes out via the big header, the one that can take all the current. I don't have the premium sound system. The premium sound system has a little bit more intelligence to it. There's actually a chip that you can talk to on the bus that tells the status of stuff or whatever. This one is just a big dumb amplifier. There's nothing more to it than these big amplifier chips and these little amplifier chips. We can maybe look them up and see what they do, but yeah. So our first task with this thing is to desolder this board. And once we can move this board away enough, we can take this whole thing out. It's just kind of locked into position. So I guess I'm going to be desoldering this multiple times. Then again, I have ordered another amplifier and it gets here on Monday. It was only a $60 purchase. So I guess the need to fix this is not very great. So it might not go back together. We might not put it back together. Chippercorn, 33 months of Prime. Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate that. That is very kind of you. 33 months, man. That's awesome. So this is the venerable Engineer SS01. Sorry, SS02 solder sucker. The reason that I like this one is because it has a silicon hose as the tip. The silicon hose doesn't melt at solder temperatures, and it allows me to create a little bit of suction on the thing instead of the typical solder sucker plastic tip, which melts and smells. And so I never use a solder sucker till I got this thing. Well, till I was given this thing. This is the second one that I purchased, though. The first one kind of bit the big weenie in the sky. It got clogged on a particularly nasty desoldering job. I don't really want to use solder braid on this thing. I'll use it up. There you go. That one was fighting me a little bit. So the question is, can I just do the solder sucker and then rock the pins back and forth? How do I get into this without melting it? That didn't work at all. That did nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Hold on a second. See, I can't really use a microscope with this because it's so tall. Perhaps I can. Oh, I can. Okay, that'll work. I gotta move the light a little closer, though, because we need to be able to see what we're doing. And then I've got to move the light up so my hand doesn't block it. Up and over. There we go. That's a bit of an angle. Yeah, stupid sexy Flanders. So those are still connected on the back end. So how do we... one of the ways to do pin headers is to use the solder sucker and then you rock them forward with the iron so that it breaks that surface tension. I don't know if I'll be able to do that here. These are like slightly different pins. I don't know, let's try. I've never had good luck with the pivot forward method. But see, it still connects. It's not breaking the tension. I don't know. The way that I did it before was by prying it upwards and using Chip Quick to just make all of the pins molten solder all at once. Which I guess is the direction that we're headed in if I can't remove more from this. I think the desoldering braid will do a little bit more in this instance. We'll try the braid, and I'll try mechanical means. But I really don't know the efficacy of all of this. Never had good luck with these methods. I think maybe if you have one of those solder suckers that's like on a pump, and you can put the whole tip of the thing over the pin and then rock it forwards. I think that's the way that you're supposed to do these. Because those are absolutely still connected. There's no possible way that I can get this to move. Never really had good luck. I think I saw one of those popular YouTubers with their solder sucker and they would put the thing over the whole pin and rock it back and forth, and then that would release it completely. But I don't think I'm going to have that kind of luck here. So we'll revert to my method, which is to basically shower the thing in Chip Quick. Well, actually, first, let's actually give it a good try. Let's see if we can actually get this thing to cooperate. Because if I can get this thing to make suction around the whole thing, maybe I'll have better luck. I don't feel like I'm doing anything. Why did they design this thing this way? Hey, let's make it out of 2 circuit boards. And we'll make it so that our metal enclosure is so completely engulfing of the 2 circuit boards that you cannot separate them without using a desoldering gun. All right, I'm going to keep moving. What I'm going to do is I'm going to blast it with heat and then drop this thing over the pin completely. And that'll remove, hopefully, all of the solder, save for a tiny little bit that will then get rocked out of the way. Oh, that almost clogged it. Man. I guess, yeah, maybe to keep it from vibration. Just seems like an odd design, you know? And this is designed to sit in the rear, like, I don't know, it's like, it's not a wheel well, but it's behind the rear wheel. It's just like a little cubby compartment on at the side of the car. It's where you also access your tail lights in order to replace bulbs, which I've had to do quite a bit recently. Oh, that skipped when I pressed the button. Look at this. It looks like I removed the solder, but no, you would be wrong if you thought that I had actually removed the solder. No. This is, in fact, something completely different. To ensure you only use BMW certified technicians or of the patience of a priest. I mean, this is the beginning of the philosophy in the 90s, the beginning of the philosophy that the user is just going to replace parts and not get into the, dear God, and not get in all the way to the circuit boards. But then they also decided to make the radio a series of modules that were all flung to different parts of the car. This ain't gonna work. I'm gonna bring out the Chip Quick. Let me just remove, well, actually, no, I want excessive solder. All right. Chip Quick is an alloy that is sort of similar to solder, but not. It doesn't stick as cleanly as solder does. The only purpose for Chip Quick is actually to get into the solder and turn it into a metal that stays molten at a much lower temperature. So while this stuff is solid and it is metal and it's a little brittle, it is actually a very low temperature metal. And so this stuff combined with a big soldering iron can be enough to do rework like this without having to use a messy solder sucker. So I just apply it to the pins, probably using too much. All these metal panels that are under the soldering iron right now, I probably need to move. You don't need a lot of it to go far, because it just has to get into the solder that's already there, and then it keeps it molten longer. So we'll use that, and then we'll apply some of the regular solder to make up for the solder that I just removed. And that'll bring with it a bunch of flux. But that was an entire stick of Chip Quick. If you're buying Chip Quick, make sure it's not their solder paste and make, oh, this is the small stuff. I need to grab the large stuff. That's all right. We'll use up what I've got. Make sure it's the right formulation, the desoldering paste, not solder paste, or sorry, the desoldering stick, not their soldering paste or any of their other soldering tools. The Chip Quick, what is it? I'll look at the alloy in just a second. God damn it. That always scares me. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. Just hold on. God, chat. What's wrong? Why are you so impatient today? What's your problem? Huh? Huh? You want to tell me we were fuck? I'm literally not looking at chat while I'm making all these comments. Hold on one sec. Let me just get the rest of this stuff in there. Basically just flooding it with solder and Chip Quick, and that way when I go over it with the iron, it'll just become molten. And it'll all be molten at once, and so I can pluck the two boards away from one another. When you use this on small enough of a surface area, like for instance removing a surface mount chip, I will apply it to the four corners of the chip, and then I'll be like, all right, I've applied it. Now it's time to, and the chip just falls off. Okay, what is that stuff? So this is a Chip Quick SMD rework for lead and lead-free SMD removal. It is SMD 4.5 is the stuff that I use. I probably have to buy a little bit more. I had to get this directly off of their website. I tried to looking it up on Amazon, and they had a product, but it wasn't the right stuff. I'm removing surface mount chips. I'll separate the leaves with normal solder and then just add a touch. Yeah, it's interesting because I guess I could have just added a touch of the stuff. You don't need a lot of it to go very far, and I applied a shitload of it just now. But it's good stuff. It's really helpful stuff. Truly useful. All right. Ah, fuck. God, this stuff is like impossible. It's all big and heavy and annoying. Bam. What, Chip Quick? The name makes perfect sense because it works very quickly. You end up dropping the chip on the floor by accident because your board was a little tilted, and suddenly the chip is completely free. Apply lots of heat. Come on, bud. You got this. The pins are also mechanically kind of holding it still, so I think I need to put a little pressure in there, and usually I use my tweezers. I just insert them as a means by which to begin the prying process. And it looks like I'm only going to be able to get one, god damn it, one piece of the tweezers through. Okay, a little bit of movement there. I gotta wait a little bit for this to solidify again. Try to get more of the tweezers through. There we go. Ugh, God damn it! I gotta be wary of those the plastic plugs, because if my iron wanders a little too far, I can end up melting them. Just the tiniest amount of pressure on this is enough to move it. Sort of like me. Yeah, there was that ad yesterday that said the Tesla Cybertruck could move a near infinite amount of mass, which is just a wacky thing to claim, because I don't think your Cybertruck's going to fare too well when you put all that mass together. The laws of physics start breaking down when you're towing a black hole. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna get a Cybertruck and I'm gonna hook it up to a near infinite amount of mass. That's what I'll do. Near infinite amount of mass. That's what they used to call me in prison. Oh, my chip quick is wandering to some of the other parts of the board. Gotta be careful about that. Let's try to move it downwards. Plastic. It's not so much the plastic fumes as it is the one-of-a-kind connector. Not having it anymore. Yeah, I feel like I could probably move fast enough to get this whole board to unplug in one go. Eh, maybe not. Try to put a little pressure upwards on this. Try these. That's getting real close to my thumb. Sun's getting real low. Big guy. Ah, dear God. Okay. I'm going to try to hold it up with one hand and then use the iron with the other, and it'll drop away for my next trick. Oh wait, it's not going to drop away. Yeah, well, sorry. I thought the FETs would keep it up, but no, it should drop away. These are fighting me a little bit in the middle. I can hear it. For my next trick, I require an assistant from the audience. Now you say the magic word. And hey presto. Not yet. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Don't forget to tip your waiter. Come on. The weight of this thing should be enough to pull it down. I mean, the fact that I've moved it a little bit is enough probably to unseat the circuit board at this point. My arm is getting very tired. I've been holding this thing up in the air for quite a bit of time now. Come on. Give a ding. Let go. I doubt surface tension is enough. It feels like, am I missing something? No. It's the kids who are wrong. Come on. Come on. Almost got it. No, it's not working for some reason. Whoa, well, there's that. We got far enough for that to drop away, which means it might be bending my MOSFETs. There's no room for this thing to unhook. It should pull downwards easily, but it just doesn't for some reason. Why does that get stuck? Weird. Because it really does look like it should just pull away from this, but I guess it just doesn't. Yeah, the FETs hold it up. Its backpack's got jets. I might just leave it like it is. I probably want to bend that back a little bit. See, the thing is, I actually probably should take this off because I need to get the chip quick off of it. So let's see if I can just get it to drop out. I think I'll probably have to pry it though. I don't think it's just gonna fall away unless I actually apply like hot air to it. Whole circuit board's nice and toasty. I mean, this stuff is really meant for SMD rework. We're just doing it on this because I need all these pins to come off cleanly. The way you'd probably want to do it is by buying a bunch of right angle header and then just clipping them. If I was really pressed to get this amplifier working again. All right, come on. Come on, buddy. Come with me. I'm gonna bend up the two ends, and I guess they're gonna work like a bowstring, like a bow, actually, not a bowstring. The string part is what I'm trying to mechanically utilize. See, and then that holds that up, and then this is held up, and so now when I do this, it might pop up. So I'm gonna point it away from my face. I don't accidentally my whole face. That's pointing at my face. Jesus, I just did the opposite of what I said I was doing. This header is being a big meanie. Ooh, I'm gonna burn myself if I put my hand on the back of it. Let's see here, come on. I gotta rework the solder on this whole freaking thing. I guess it'll slide back into place when I do it properly, but it didn't look like it was gonna slide out. Why are you being jerky? You being big jerky. If I just do a little bit of... I can't even get the... Should be able to get that thing in there. Give it a little twist. No? Try that. There we go. It's slow. Progress is slow. The hole that you're over right now, there's a metal piece. What? Hold on. I think it just slides out, but it's like there's a standoff here. Now look at that. It's actually just a hex standoff. What the heck? They got a hex standoff here, and then a screw here, and a screw here. But none of those look like they get in the way of this thing sliding outwards. Maybe this goes into that big hole and prevents it from being pulled out. I think that might be what happens. Yeah, that is exactly what happens. So how would you would have to pop it up and around that, but I don't think that happens. So you have to do it by soldering it in. Hey, Smith Clay, Happy New Year to you too. Thank you for the 22 months of Prime. Sorry I missed that. I had my head down. I was soldering. You know how it be. Yeah, the real way to do this would be to just clip them and start over, but... Yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So it doesn't just slide off, which is kind of a silly design. Silly, making the cars impossible to work on. What a silly goose. Silly goose. I'm like out of solder on the top here. What's going on? All of my chip quick has gone into the cracks. It's gone to the dogs. Gone to the doggy. Oh man, my dog's bored upstairs. It breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. I want to go hang out with her. But I'm working. Okay, that's actually loose, so I don't have to worry about that one anymore. This one has one pin in it, so if I lift it just a little bit, it'll have no pin in it. Pin in it. Okay, that's not moving though. Yeah, it's got a couple pins in it. In it. In it, bruv. Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv. I want to get to the signals part of this, where we actually put a signal in and get a signal out. I want to figure out which one of the amplifier chips is dead, because I don't think it's this header. We'll of course have to rework this entire thing too. We got to put this thing back in. The tweezer twist has been a pretty good technique for getting these to separate out. I think that is now free. Yeah, that part's now free. So it's all this big connector here. What? Haunted by... What? Huh? Silly drink. What are you talking about? You're just coming in here and saying random stuff. Almost there. I think I need to add solder to this. Oh, nope, never mind. All right. Man, there's another one solved with Chip Quick. Chalk that up to the Chip Quick semi-wins. I'm not going to call that a win, because that left a lot to be desired. Usually with surface mount stuff, by the time you're done applying the Chip Quick, the chip has fallen off. Fallen off. Falled off. My friggin' the language center of my brain. Oh no, we're pretty much out of solder wick. I don't think I have any more. Where would it be? It would be in here. I see nothing. I still see nothing. In here? No. Any stashed in here? I gotta clean this thing out. Yeah, I'm out of solder wick. 90 stack with lead-based solder? I think so. This is way before row house, so our house in the lead part of the street. Ugh, it's not really gonna... The other solder sucker died because of Chip Quick, so I don't really want to solder suck the stuff out. I don't want to use this. This is kind of in danger. Chuckles, I'm in danger. I can get rid of some of it by just flicking it off. Don't quote me on that, okay? Yeah, I can get rid of a lot of it that way. This is a weirder way that I've gotten rid of Chip Quick. These look like they're done in pairs. Weird. You know, this would be a great place for a flat cable. Or a connector. Oh, these are ground pins. That's why they're being a little bit belligerent. Ground or power, I don't know which one. Ground und power. Come on. I will go over it with desoldering braid. It's just this is apparently the cleaner way to get rid of the bulk without using up all of my braid. Because I'm out. I don't have any more. Unless there's a stash in the drawer. I thought I bought a bunch, but I've been burning through it pretty quickly. Blasting it with compressed air. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of molten beads of solder splashing against everything. Ah, there's a video idea for the slow-mo guys. Ow. It turns out that when the solder wick is very short, it Gets very hot. Who knew that copper had such properties? Jeez, this stuff is... It's tough to remove. It sticks to the solder wick. In the... What do you call it? In the solder sucker, it stays liquid too long and ends up clogging it. And that's what happened to my other solder sucker. It clogged it, and then when I tried to clean it out, it ended up just like not having it. It wouldn't give it up. It stuck the little ramrod that the thing has into the barrel when I was trying to clean it. So I bought a new one, new solder sucker, and I don't want to use... backed into a corner, I'll use it on the chip quick, but I really don't want to. I should probably wash these down with some regular solder. Why is that still there? Yeah, there. God, it's like these are very persistent. It's like all the stuff I've been working with today is just being really kind of jerky to me. There you go. All right, now I should probably be kind and add regular solder to this so that these don't end up being gross. Although we'll have to use the solder sucker to clean those pins. July 1st, 2006 was when Row House went on. Oh, yeah, I missed chat. Sorry, hold on. I'll catch up with chat in just a sec. This is where I'd use an obscene amount of solder wick. So I'll have to look to see if I have any. Just because I'm trying to dilute away the chip quick and get these into a solderable state. Some of them are covered in flux, and some of them are just covered in chip quick. Maybe that these pins weren't really conducting. Because I see the corrosion damage to some of these, and solder isn't sticking to certain parts. Oh, wait. Go over there. There's a drink called Prime now that launched by a popular YouTuber that we sell. Never have in stock because they don't make enough. Huh. Weird. A drink called Prime? Why would you call it that? Also, YouTubers making and promoting products is kind of a scary thing. Try my new snake oil, made from the best snakes. Made by snakes for snakes. It's oil. Okay, there. Those are a little bit refurbished. They're a little fat with all the solder that I've got on it. There were riots for that stuff? Oh my god, that's embarrassing. You imagine getting injured in a riot for a drink by a YouTuber? Making do with the remaining solder braid that I have. It's actually kind of working. Not totally as clean as I'd want it to be, but it did manage to wick away most of the stuff and redistribute the solder. There you go. So those will be forever tainted by Chipquik, but they should be pretty solderable now. My problem is we got to clean the other part of the board too, and I'm all out of solder braid. I don't want Robert's. He did that mead though. He did do good on the mead. That was Rob Oz did well with the mead. As somebody who brews, he did a just adequate job. His cooking videos are hilarious because they're like really nothing special. He's just doing his thing. A few years ago, people would be raging if they got Red Bull for Christmas, but it's a YouTube flavor. I don't know. I'm not of those people that give each other a Red Bull for Christmas. That's weird. It's just weird. Okay, so we got to remove the chip quick from the top of this thing. I desperately need desoldering braid. My 2 containers of it that I kept up there are gone forever. So I'm wondering if there were more, because 2 containers of that stuff is enough to annoy me. If I have more of that, they rattle around, and then I end up putting some aside. So they would probably be at the very dregs, the very bottom of this drawer. One thing we were talking about on the Discord was designing something to hold these bins like vertical in the cabinet, so that they could hold them all like this, and I could label them on the end, and then I'd be able to pick them up vertically. It would organize this cabinet a little bit, because right now they're just stacked. They're just stacked on top of one another. And in order to get to the other stuff in the drawer, I need to move them around. We got to think about that. Here's the knockoff J-line or whatever JTAG programmer thing. And we're going to be trying out soon. I should actually put this up with the other programmers. But yeah, we're going to be trying that out soon to try to see if we can utilize my Omnipod's microcontrollers. It's likely that they've locked them down, though. It's kind of likely that they've locked them down, because it's no skin off of their back to just lock the microcontroller and keep us out. But I wonder if there's any opportunity for us to fully reflash it. That would be very nice. It'd be nice to them if we could, and then I could use those microcontrollers beyond their 2-day job. Hey, make a microcontroller, etch something microscopically in order to make it think, and you make it think for 2 days, and then it's garbage. Seems like a waste. But that's what the Omnipods are. I mean, that's how they work, and they're great. They're an awesome little medical device. I don't see any desoldering wick in here. Ugh, damn it. I'm so mad I could spit. Would there be any over here? I don't think so. I think I would know. I think I would know if there was, because I go through this stuff all the time. I go through this stuff all the time. Yeah, that's basically what I want to do, is design something in Fusion that'll hold all of those things vertically. And then it'll be like a small 3D print, because it'll just grip the bottom of them. Any desoldering wicks up here? I can't believe I ran out of desolder stuff today. I'll have to order some more. I could order a whole pallet of them, and I would end up going through it, because I always use this stuff. So I'm gonna order that right now before I forget. That means you guys get face cam. Ha 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 ha. Just so that nobody sees any personal identifying information. PIDs. Amazon.com. And Solderwick. The good stuff is Chemwick. That's the stuff I use. Sorry, Chemtronics. Chemtronics. And $12 for that size. I'm gonna add what a pack of how many? Chemtronics 10-foot 4 copper rosin. That's one thing for $12. Are you kidding me? $31 for 3 things of desolder braid. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. No, it says 10-foot, 4, 12 for 4. Okay, I'm ordering 2. Add that. And take me back to that auction. Or not auction, a listing page. Because I would like to also get... What is that one? What flavor is this? SD, solder wick, soldering braid. What's quantity? Solder wick, rosin. Life is too short to mess around with weird brands of solder wick. When you find one that works well and has like a good embedded flux, you will want to continue to buy that same stuff, because it's just some solder braids, like they don't have flux on them, or they just are different types of copper and stuff. They just don't really work all that well. I was a bit disappointed with this last purchase, almost 1 millimeter smaller in width than the one it was previous purchase, which is 3. But it says what the width is. 1 millimeter smaller. Is Chemtronics going the way of the grocery scam? Huh. It's probably written on the thing what the width is, but I think this one thing is $10. That's not something I want to purchase. And there's super duper small, but I don't really need super duper small. I guess I'll just order this and just see how many of these come in the mail. And I can look for a big pack later. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just order that right now. $24 to put me back into having Chemwick. What is that one? MG Chemicals desoldering braid. $40. Oh my god. $5.99. Solder wick braid copper wire flux. 10 feet, 3 meters, even though the picture looks like a lot more. No. Okay, I think I got what I need. This has a comma, 4 comma. I think 4 millimeters might be the width, so I might actually be buying 2 containers of solder wick for $24. That seems oddly expensive. I thought I was able to get a lot more in the past. Desoldering is not cheap, huh? All right, well, let's place the order and see what comes in the mail. MG Chemicals, called Super Wick. I have not tried it, or maybe I have and I don't remember it, but I'll keep an eye out for that if that's like cheap enough that I can buy a ton of it. Now that you diluted the chip quick, will the solder sucker work? I haven't diluted it here. I guess I did. I added a little bit of solder. It's going to be risky to use the solder sucker on this stuff. It's not cheap. Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality of it. I mean, it is just copper wire, but you're supposed to treat it as disposable. It's not like I can refurbish this. I'm sad at how expensive that was just now. I'm sad. I'm having a grumpy. I'm going to add solder to all these, and then we'll suck it all off with this thing. Don't quote me on any of this. Just get that to be a little bit more soldery. Yeah, goodbye money indeed. Well, time is money, and crappy solder braid costs you in time. And it is, I feel incapable right now. This board is all bent up from all of our rework. What if you could DIY solder braid? It's the puppy. What you doing? Where's that puppy? Where's Willow? I heard you. I heard you come down. I got good ears. I know there's a puppy there. Do I have a treat left over? No, I don't. I don't have any more treats. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you'd have to like have like a wire braiding machine. All right, fine. There's no puppy around. I heard her come down, so she's probably like poking around in the area where I'm not. We've had a lot of puppy today. It's been great. Yeah, she's getting at that age, isn't she? The age of mischief. Where she starts getting into stuff. Look at all these treats that I have right here. Man, they're so delicious. If only there was a cute corgi puppy to share these treats with. No, I can't use logic on her yet. She's only just mastered the English language. What I hear somebody coming. Who is that? Who is that puppy? Where's that puppy? Who's that puppy? Why is the government lying? Who is that puppy? Where's... Willow, where are you? What are you doing? You're on my left. Hi. Hi, you're supposed to be right here where you can be really cute on camera. I'm taking a puppy petting break and nobody can stop me. What are you doing? What do you have? You come back. Hey. Never mind. The shop is all weird and dark. Basically what's happening is the light switch, the Tasmota light switch, I tried to reset it so it could get back on the network properly. And I looked up how to reset a Tasmota light switch, and it said, hold the button down for 40 seconds. And I was like, cool. And then I ran off and I did it. And then I came back like, why isn't my light working? And it turns out when you do that, it resets to the default settings. So I completely reflashed my light switch, and I need to now figure out how to get it working again. I don't know if I can get into it in any way, because it's like it's on a fixed IP address, which I think it's on right now, or it's connected to, or well, no, it doesn't have default settings in there, so it doesn't know where it is. It doesn't know what it is. It's lost and vulnerable. But I looked for it on Wi-Fi to try to connect to it via Wi-Fi, and I didn't see it at all as like a host. Because it shouldn't know my Wi-Fi information now. It might still have... No, it doesn't have... If I push the button, it doesn't turn on. So it doesn't know the script. You guys are communicating via Miaz. I see how it is. I see how it is. I'm like trying to remove solder from 3 pads at once with this thing. Ish. The Star Trek font will take us through the fact that they use the Star Trek The Next Generation font. It's a pretty nice kitty right there. Look at these plugs of solder that I'm removing. Madness. Probably could have taken the blowtorch to the solder sucker. I bet you that would have fixed it. Because, I mean, this thing is a really nicely built solder sucker. This thing was $30. I just bought $40 of solder wick. No, I bought $24 of solder wick. Never mind. So I guess this thing will pay dividends eventually. You know, all this for the stupid radio. Couldn't even take a little fluctuation in power. Just because I got a new battery, a good battery. Well, the other battery was a good battery until it died. Right up until it died. Oh, wait, is that a VIA? That's a VIA and not a... Huh. Weird. Probably have to resolder that capacitor then. Can't get into this. There you go. That's all clogged. I know. I don't know. I guess moisture has been getting into all the systems, and it was running on a dying battery for a long time. So I guess that lower amount of power translates to, I don't know, less wear and tear on the electronics. So when I put the new battery in, it was suddenly at 14 volts and everything was like, oh my God, and then died. That could have also burnt that MOSFET out. Because the MOSFET that does this pump that's sitting right behind me might be the problem. I don't think it's the pump, even though the replacement was an eBay special. It still worked for a couple days. But it might have been pumping a bubble. It might have been pumping a bubble. Oh my God, my solder-sucking thumb is starting to get tired. You solder-sucking coward. Banned use of the word coward. Alright, almost there. Yeah, too much unce. Too much unce. Too much hardcore German techno running through everything. All right. So with a little bit of goof off, this will look brand spanking new. Not quite brand spanking new. If you want brand new look, that's what the solder wick does. The solder wick does a more complete job of removing all of the stuff. But I don't know. This will be good enough. This will be good enough. Am I going to be able to get that off of the desk? Yeah. There you go. It moves around. The little splatter of solder. Splatter, solder. Okay, let's get this clean. Puppy's getting into trouble. I can hear her. Come on. I'm starting to run out of this stuff. I have a big bottle of it. I just need to pop the top off of this and refill it. I tried using Windex to remove the flux and stuff, but it just didn't work as well. Goof off, I can get like almost one pass and remove almost everything that's on the board. I need to refill the bottle. Well, hold on. There's still a little bit in there. By bottle, I mean tin. Whatever happened to products being distributed in these little lighter fluid style bottles? They still do that? I need to get more. Yeah, this is I think this pops off. It doesn't, I don't think it unscrews, does it? Nah. Now, this is one of those ones where you get a big flathead screwdriver and you put it under this and pop it up. Yeah. Jeez. That thing's a piece of crap. All right, let me get a goof off. I bought refill bottles, which are like these huge bottles of the stuff. Yeah, light switch doesn't work. God damn it. The whole light switch thing is useless. Yep, grab that from the chemical bin. Ooh, it's getting cold out, finally. Seasonably. Wait, that opened and felt like it was new. Oh no, it's because of this. Forgot to push that down. Child-proof. Carefully. Carefully. Oh, I slipped. Carefully. The goal is not to get it everywhere. Shit. Fuck, shit, fuck, shit. I need a paper towel. I need to wipe it off of the bench because it'll erode the markings. You gotta do this while smoking a cigarette. Ah, damn it. See that? All right, careful, careful, careful. Carefully, carefully. Okay, I don't even want to fill it all the way. That's a silly thing to do. Just utilize it while it's here. All right, there we go. So get this capped. How did I do this before? Ah, jeez. Ow. One time I saw whiskey that came in one of those paint thinner cans. I think I've seen that too. I think so. Kind of wanted to get it. I think people got home. So now the dog is under new management. All right, I'm covered in acetone and Chipquik and lead. Today was a good day. All right, that's looking better. Toss that. All right, so, oh God, it now smells like chemicals. A little too much like chemicals. So this is what I was faced with when I was looking to repair the, oh yeah, this is still wide open. Should probably cap that one. Take a sip from that. This would be a good bottle to have like, Well, no. See, the problem is it looks like a cleaning chemical. You don't want to put food in something that looks like a cleaning chemical, just like you don't want to put cleaning chemical in something that looks like a food container. You see those posts all the time of the that like floor cleaning stuff, the floor cleaning chemical that looks exactly like orange juice. And they're often put on shelves next to one another. Yeah, was it called Fabuloso? I think so. So this is what I was faced with when I cleaned it up the first time. This is the second time that I've gotten this board off of here. And I mean, overall, it really doesn't look like any of the traces were a problem, even though there was a significant amount of corrosion right here. This is what happens with these connectors face upwards, and so stuff that gets into here, see how crusty that is? Stuff that gets into the top of the amplifier will corrode these traces that are conveniently right on top. And meanwhile, this side is all ground plane. They could have, if they put if they flipped the traces and put all the components and traces and stuff down here, probably be in better shape. Always draw a pirate's death skull on the bottles my kids shouldn't touch when they were like 3 years old. That's not a bad idea. That component looks completely cheesed, but other than that, I mean, everything looked fine. So I put it all back together after cleaning it up, and I was like, all right, that wasn't the problem. Turns out it is. Something else is broken on this board. And I guess we can try to test it. We got sound coming in on the header on the right, and then sound going out. Oh, what are you doing? Hi, Bubby. I know, it smells crazy over here, right? Where are you going? Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Don't go off camera. Bubby, what are you doing? You gonna go, Bubby? Where's a Bubby? Hey, come here. What are you doing? What are you giving me that look for? You being a good girl? What do you have? Hey, Willow, come here. Oh, it's a piece of the bottle from yesterday. Come here. I don't have a treat to give you. I know. Promises, promises. Oh, where are you going? Held up my hands like that, and that's all it took. All right, so signals in, get amplified, signals out. We have a 12-volt connector on this thing, and then a bunch of other stuff that we need to look at. Whew, man, the smell is pretty extreme. I suppose I have to solder this thing back. Ugh. I don't want to. If we end up fixing this and I want to put it back in my car, that means I need to desolder this again just because they did this. That, or I guess I could just try to force it on and see if it'll go. So let's rebuild this part so we can bench test it. Seems like a kind of a weird thing. Hopefully these fit through because of all the solder that they have now. Or rather, in spite of all the solder that they have now. They don't fit. I need to clean them off a little bit more. There's little bits you can see. This is where desoldering braid really comes in handy. What's that puppy doing? What's my glucose level doing? God, it's still 270? Are you kidding me? It was 280 before, and I took a walk. I very specifically took a walk to try to freaking get rid of this hyperglycemia. This is what I call weekend highs. Weekend highs stick around. Look at that. So my equipment thinks I'm gonna drop out any minute now. So I'm gonna wait a little bit, but it's harmful for me to let it just stay. Figure out the semi-failing audio problem for the other day. Couple things. So, the receiver that we worked on here, we took it apart, we took a look at it, everything looked fine. Plugged it back into the car, and I took the oscilloscope out to the car. Audio is going from the radio to this amplifier. This amplifier I've already taken out and cleaned out and made sure that everything was properly connected. The Bluetooth phone module could still make audio over the speakers with this amplifier unplugged. This should be the last stop for all audio before it goes out to the speakers. It's not because of the way that that specific telephone module works, I guess. So it was still able to make audio on the speakers, meaning it wasn't connected to any of this part of the car's audio. It's possible that on the phone connector it was still doing a thing, but when I was testing this thing previously, I unplugged the power from the phone thing and tried to get the radio to work, and it didn't. So that's okay. The radio's sending out audio. The only other stop that we have is the amplifier. And I thought it was good, but we're looking, I guess we can look into it now. I ordered another one. This is only $60. So I ordered another one. It's the non-premium sound system. So some other junkyard donor is going to give me their amp, and that should get my audio working again. This is the only thing that failed. But the problem is we couldn't really see, or I couldn't really see, an outward failure from this board. There was a lot of corrosion right around here, and that's what happens with these because they face upwards, and if any moisture gets in through your lights, it'll find its way to these. So nice trouble. Well, I wish the troubleshooting was that clear from the get-go, but I didn't have an oscilloscope in my repertoire. But I mean, I would like to buy that $300 3-in-1 like little probe scope thingy multimeter. I'm gonna have to get that. I need to do more solder wick too. Can't find any in my supplies. Man, today's an expensive day for some of us. I think maybe in like a month or two, I might have enough sitting in my account to make a purchase like that. Because that will be a significant level up in terms of my ability to troubleshoot things like this, where there are weird intermittent problems and you can't exactly bench test everything. Luckily, though, this is the non-premium audio option for this generation of BMW. So, as it were, this is a very simple device. This one is not digitally polled by anything else. It's not that smart. It's simply just a bunch of amplifiers, chips on a board. Now it splits out treble and bass, I suppose. Just trying to get these headers to a point where they'll actually fit back in. This is, of course, where desoldering wick really comes in handy. Desoldering wick is the preferred tool for cleaning off stuff like this. These pins look like they still have corrosion on them. Maybe that's the problem. But I ohmed them out. I ohmed them from end to end, I thought. Getting a dog is like changed to the way that I talk. And I'll end up doing like dog noises, the noises that I make in front of my dog for stream. But if it was the premium version, it might still work. Don't you say that. I looked it up. In order to have the special super version of audio, which isn't that much better than the regular version, you need to go through and like take all the panels off of the car, because there's like a lot more speakers in the premium version. So I'm not going to do that. Who's a good chat? It's a good chat. What are you doing, chat? You guys doing anything cool? You look at you. You're so cute. It's ruined me, I'll tell you. All right, just that one. This one right here is a little bit more narrow. Or maybe this one's a little bit more thick. Yeah, this one's a little bit more thick. Thick. It's got a thickness. That might do it. I'd always gotten my solder wick from work. Now that I'm retired, I have to buy it. Yeah. It's the dregs. It's the dregs. I can't steal it from work either anymore. Turns out we were making out like bandits, though, because that shit's expensive. That shit has a price tag on it. All right, so in order to refurbish that one, I'm going to add solder and then remove solder. Yeah, Chemtronics is like the good... This is the good stuff right here. But unfortunately, I didn't know if I were smarter... If I were smart, I would have also bought the really thick stuff too. I thought I did at one point. I think I ran through it. I think I ran out of the stuff. I think I'm not as smart. I'm not that smart. I have to like you guys don't know what I'm doing here, but when I'm streaming, like if I leave it on the face cam, maybe one day you'll be able to see, but I'm like, that's how I move around. That's the part that you don't see, is me dodging the camera by moving my head around. This thing is great. This is the Engineer SS02 solder sucker, and it has a silicon rubber tube on the end, and that's what makes it properly seal around what you're sucking. I just filled in all 3 of the holes. Son of a bitch. You know what I could do? Get this ready to go, and then just drop them hot. Just do a hot drop. Hot drop. We're dropping it hot. Yeah, I'll just do this. Ready? And then hot drops. Actually, should I leave it up a little bit so I can reinstall it? Yeah, that's how we do it. So we leave it, I'm gonna leave it a little bit of a distance up. And that way, when I go to install it, I can put the whole board in and then just run the iron down across it until it fits in. After you upgrade the laser etcher, you should add a picture-in-picture for multiple perspectives. That'd be neat. Corky says, hot droppings over here. Ah! I know the heat of a good poop. Now that I own a dog. The relief of a steaming pile of dog poop. Good. I am off the hook for a little bit. She won't be pooping inside. Usually have 3, 4, 5 in stock. I had one of the big stuff and I really use it. I don't even know the sizes. I just bought whatever. So I probably need to buy more. But yeah, I probably, for automotive stuff, especially, like, every single trace on this thing is huge. And so there's just a lot of solder being tossed around. It's consensual, but it is a lot of solder being tossed around. So we're soldering them a bit of a distance away, and that way I'll get away with applying the, what do you call it? Putting the thing back on the heat sink. And I can just seat it by heating this up and pressing it downwards. These are not soldering so good. The ones that are in sort of the mouth of the corrosion. Right there, that one's being a problem. You're being a jerky. Why you sitting, Glennon? He's a real jerky. Nobody understands your early 2000s electronic music references, except for Gonad. All right, those should make a connection, although we might still have problems. We got inputs over here, and then power and outputs over here on the other end. That one does not look like it's connecting. All right, let's take a look at this with the scope and just see what it looks like. Solder does make the world go round. So much lead solder. I mean, if I didn't solder it, we probably could still use this thing just the same. These are just connectors and a couple capacitors. So I probably didn't need to attach this. I guess I did anyway, but whatever. Whatever, I'm not even sure if I'm putting this thing back together, because I have a new one coming in the mail. Wham, 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 wham. A missing capacitor will not fail the whole system. That is partially soldered, but it's a little weird. That one is cold welded and not soldered, and it is also bridging another contact. Jeez. This is where all the corrosion was, so the pins are also corroded. But all this solder and flux should probably clean them off nicely. How come there's no solder on that? What's going on? Like it just doesn't want to solder. Where's my solder? I'm saying that word a lot. Womp, 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 womp. Oh, you poor soldering iron. Look at it. Oh, it looks awful. Give it a chance to like boil away the corrosion, I guess. There it goes. Non-soldering solder? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, sawed off, as in a product. I get it. I get it. I got it. It took me a little bit. I had to walk around the block for that one, but I got there. It would be a clever product name. Okay, so those look like the soldering iron took one for the team. Yeah, might have to. Well, actually, it cleaned off pretty nicely. Where is it? Good enough for the chisel bit. No. It's offset. I saw your comment. I was talking about that. It's offset right now, so that'll go around it just fine. That'll go all the way up there, and then I can just walk down the pins while pressing it down, and that'll get it done. Call it sawed off. Yeah, I don't think the soldering iron or the solder business is that lucrative, to be honest. I mean, we're always going to need it. It's one of those things, but they always got these super established brands already. I don't know if you could make entry into that market and be incredibly successful. No outward signs of damage on the board, huh? All right, so we need to give this thing power. Yeah, you need to do it better for cheaper. The unfortunate results of living in a sort of global economy. All right, let's take a look here at what we're up against. I move this to the other window. I put that there, and then I take a bite of a carrot. Boop. So, let's see. We've got all kinds of pinouts here that we don't need. This is the one that we do need. Cool. Well, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Where did the image go that was just here? Oh, you. If I right click, it blanks the page. You son of a bitch. I wonder how you get it to not do that. Possibly an F11? No, an F12? I need to use a function key for that. Source. Ta-da! Little fuckers trying to mess with us. Yeah, so there's a 26-pin connector and a 12-pin connector. The 12-pin connector is all of the outputs to the speakers and power. So power, remote turn on, ground, empty. And then we've got our woofers. My woofer is upstairs. She's probably asleep and or getting into trouble. And or the whole house has probably gone dark because the lights are off. She can snooze for a little bit. She'll get a walk after the stream. These are our inputs. Right, front, mid, etc. So these are, wait a minute. Right rear output, left rear output. Oh, that's for like another audio device. And then you've got speaker, right front, mid on that connector. Where's the audio input? Woofer, woofer, woofer. Bark, 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 bark. Output, output. Mid, mid. Output, output. Mid, mid. Tweeter, tweeter, output, mid. Where's the input? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Would the, I guess the output, that must be an input. That has to be an input, even though it says output. Because everything else is mid and tweeter. Oh, well, wait a minute. Right front, left rear, right rear. And that's left front, right rear, left rear. Front, front, rear, rear. I think that's how the audio works. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4. I thought there was a phone input on this too. Let's try to find a different diagram. I think this one might not be the best. Why does he wear a name tag? Yeah, that's my insulin pump. E39 amp pinout. This, I believe, is the good one. Very boring, but it's a good one. You killed the radio. Video? Is that you? Funny how the video did not kill the radio star. MTV's propensity to gravitate to reality content did. You short of the outputs? No, yeah, I'm just happy to see you, Demithil. That's what that is. It's not my phone in my pocket. It's my square dick. All right, anyway, connector to board and door, 12 amp connector, woofer, woofer, woofer. You had a brown trouser moment? That sucks. That does suck. Okay, so this leads to the output from, okay, so I was right. They call them outputs, but they're actually the inputs. So we give this thing 12 volts and then it just goes. It actually is nothing. There's no phone enable or disable from mid-range, yellow tweeter, mid-range. Yeah, there's no enable or disable. This thing is just an audio output. And of course, it has 4 channels, which makes sense because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 channels. We've 4. There's only 4 there. Why do we have 5? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's something just sitting on the outside of that. And I see a repeating circuit here. That's chunk, 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 chunk for the 5 amplifiers over here. Different amount of, you know, op amps probably doing their thing over here. That's, yeah, there is a subwoofer. Ah, you're right. You're right. There's a big woofer. There's a subwoofer, a big woofer. All I can think of when I say that subwoofer is a dog and then like a smaller dog sitting next to the dog. It's a subwoofer. All right, so front mid, tweeter, tweeter. Where's the subwoofer? The small woofer, the little tiny woofer. Front, left, right. Head unit left, front. Yeah, head unit front, left and right. Blah 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 blah. Tweeter, tweeter. Left front mid. It would be right rear woofer. Would be $66 for 2 each of 10. Number 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. What's the price of copper doing lately? That seems a little bit like it seems like a little bit much lately, huh? That seems like it's a pretty steep. We're not talking about incredible sums of money, right? But you know, one delivery I'll eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich one time and make up the cost. But that's it. Kind of sucks to purchase because now whenever I use the solder wick, I'm going to be thinking about how much I'm wasting it, which is not what you want. I think back in the day I ordered like a ton of it for very cheap. I wonder if we can get a volume discount from somewhere. Yeah, metals are just expensive. Catalytic converters they usually wax and wane, but they've been back lately. What about the outputs on the radio? Wait, I had that open a minute ago. Right rear, front, or sorry. Rear right, front left, rear left. Rear front, right left, rear to burr, HP maybe? That's right and left though. Crocodile. Oh no, CD selector. No, wait, what? Oh yeah, there's a CD selector that you can put in the trunk. Aux-R, Aux-L, Aux-R, what? Another one. LR minus, which one is that? What the fuck? Aux right minus and Aux right minus. I guess Aux has 3 plugs on it, so doot 4. That doesn't make sense. TV and then telephone. The telephone goes directly into the radio. Plus B. Which one? Where's the subwoofer coming from? I think maybe all the audio goes to the subwoofer. E39 subwoofer wiring diagram. No, I don't want the images. Yeah, this is just at the era of the car phone. The car phone. No, that's not it. That might be it, but I hate those diagrams. 26-inch CRT, yeah. Yeah, TV was probably a really dated thing very quickly. The problem with car electronics is that they age much faster than the car itself. Ugh. I think these are the channels. Front right, front left, rear right, rear left. Yeah, I think those are the. So I think all audio goes to the subwoofer. So that extra amplifier is not specifically for a subwoofer. I don't know why there's another amplifier in here. Might be for something that I just don't have. But it doesn't appear like it's necessary. Amp remote turn on. I wonder if that white wire's what's suspect here. Left rear woofer. Mid tweeter. I guess this is splitting the audio off into all of its different stuff. So I don't know. It could be doing anything in there. Yeah, green, black, etc. All those match up. Most systems have an amp on the sub, or at least every system I've seen. Yeah. Well, for this car, the subwoofer is like a box. It's like this weird box that sits in above the battery. Actually, here. It looks like it like swings out of the compartment. Nobody has a picture of the fucking thing. Why doesn't anybody have a picture of the damn thing? Hold on. I'll find it. Let's do E39 subwoofer. No. Yes, that's what the subwoofer looks like. And it's just got this big plug. I think that's the same plug that goes into the amplifier, to be honest. Because it's got power and then it has the big speaker outputs. It's just this big fucking thing that just sits in that compartment. Well, not this. Yeah, why not just take all the speaker inputs? E39 Touring. No, no, stop it, stop it, stop it. You're ruining something that was special and beautiful. That is not, I hate it. It doesn't have a big hole in it. No. Yeah, toe ring. But that is what the subwoofer looks like. It swings out and then the battery is right below it, which they seem to have put an amplifier on top of their battery. These frickin' degenerates. Awful. Awful. But yeah, it's kind of cool because there's these cubby holes in my car. I can smuggle all the drugs I ever desire in that thing because behind the cubby holes are even more cubby holes. The car has quite a few hiding compartments in it, which means it's going to absolutely get torn apart by the cops. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's like the same plug that goes into the amplifier. I guess it splits off in a bunch of different directions. There must be like junctions or something for it. Okay, all right, enough of that. All right, so that explains that. So now we know that this is the good pinout. We know what the pins are. Let's go to this one right here, and we can try to get this thing power. And I guess I need to find my function generator. Let me find my my signal generator. I think it's right behind the wall over here. So I'll be back in just a sec. I'm gonna do a BRB because I'm also gonna take a piss on somebody's lawn. No, wait, no, I need the dog for the excuse to do that. Here, you guys listen to this. I'll be back in like just a minute. I don't know where that thing went. What did I do with it? We built, years ago, we built a signal generator. It was just a silly, all this equipment and no towels. What? I, don't know where my signal generator is. It was always in the way until I needed it the most. Is that it? I don't think that's it. No, that's a different audio. Oh, wait, yeah, here it is. Here it is, I just found it. It's in the rack. Dun, dun, dun. Here it is. Come with me, little one. I like Lee Majors' musical mixes. They're fun. Not the actor, the DJ. All right, I gotta fade this out. I'm back. That should be audible. Is the volume okay on that? It should be a little bit louder than music that you would talk over. Okay, because I know some streamers will make their setups, like their audio setups. So, some of the ones that I know that do really good audio, unfortunately do it really good, but for headphones. And so if you put headphones on, I can hear the music, but I would like to, hear their voice first and foremost. I want it to be speaker friendly so that you guys are hearing about the volume of music that I'm hearing. But I don't have a final mix. One day I hope to fashion a proper server rack for random electronics so I can just plug and play. Random stuff is needed. You mean a Euro rack? You mean a money pit? My buddy Julian, the synthesizer expert extraordinaire, he sold me his old Euro rack, and so I've got one sitting behind me. I ordered power supply boards for it, so we're at least going to kind of get the ball rolling on that, but I don't know how deep and how greedily I will dig into modular synths, because I could be very powerful. I could be the most powerful of them all, but I've already got the weird beard and the strange setup with too many wires. I know, Captain Terrific, but it would be nice if I could have auto-generating music. Just auto-generating music in here. Just weird synthy, drummy kind of stuff going on. So I don't know how it is a very dangerous hobby to even approach. So I'm wondering about that. But Julian's wanted me to make him a synth for time immemorial. Do that in software. There's something about having physical stuff in front of you and all the wires and stuff that makes it fun. Wait till it starts making noises and you'll start adding stuff. I know. I want to make a module that uses an FPGA to do some weird stuff, basically. How wide does your vise open up? Why are you asking me that? That's a very weird one. What is that? Is that like a sex thing? What is that? What does that mean? What are you doing? It's like you start streaming on Twitch and everything is sus. You don't want to answer questions because they might be weirdos. Like people asking about your feet. Why do people do that? The mini vise? I don't know what the final openings are of it. It's a palm gren, and I think that's probably about right. 2.5, but I haven't measured it. Remember, it was trash. It was garbage trash before I had it. All right, so we got to hook power up to this thing, and then it's as simple as putting our function generator in one end and observing it out the other. Really could have just left these as pins, and then that would have been much easier for us to hook up to, huh? That was dumb. I should not have did that. Well, we want nose to tail on this thing. We want to know what it's doing, so we've got our input here and our output there, and then we can probe around and see what's what. I mean, the initial test is just going to see if we give it power, if anything happens. Hey, I'm trying not to steal all of AVE over here, okay? I know Twitch doesn't have an AVE, but I don't nominate myself for that position because then I have to have weird political beliefs. Oh, wait, I got a screw on the other side of this light. This light's a little out of control. What scandal am I going to get embroiled in? What's my scandal? Doesn't everybody get one for being a content creator? I'd like to remain scandal-free. Maybe that's my scandal. You hear about that bother guy? He's too squeaky clean. It's almost like he had a security clearance at one point in his life. That's what it's going to be. No, I'm going to end up selling secrets. Not selling, but revealing secrets about how the U.S. government operates. It doesn't. It's really bad at it. And then I'll get arrested. I'll be the first legitimate internet swatting. Yeah, are we using Alago now? Or are we using Gate still? I guess that dates it. It's like BC and AD. I have T5, company that made me get it. Literally never looked at anything classified in my life, let alone secret or top secret. Yeah, it's the reason that I got it was because of exposure to potential information at the facility that I worked at. We were at the FBI's technology center. So we were our own little bubble, but bubble butt. I made myself laugh. We were our own little bubble butt, but we could potentially have been exposed to certain pieces of information. So that's why I got it. Yes, SCI inactive. It's been inactive for so long now that I think I would have to be reinvestigated for it. But I still had it. Oh no! Wait a minute. We almost TS's did radar equipment. Yeah. You shared a bathroom. Yeah. I shared sandwiches with classified information. We almost forgot this. The highlight was talking to the director of the entire facility at lunch one time about cars, and then the conversation drifted over to Mega Squirt. And so all of my coworkers were horrified that I was talking to this prestigious man. It was the director of our specific little like technology area, but like our floor. But I was talking to him about Mega Squirting, which is a engine management software. My coworkers are like, what the hell were you talking about? Yeah, you know, Mega Squirting all over the place. You know how it is. You know when you mega squirt your car? Okay, I stop laughing at my own joke. Had to get it for doing IT work? Yeah, because IT is like it's like everything. You get exposed to everything. There we go. Okay, the mid we finished earlier today, and it's gorgeous. It works great. It looks great. It works great. We could tweak. No, not allowed to work on that anymore. We're done. We're done with that. What are we going to use? I can use clips to get into those, but I think power is not going to be too happy with me on that. We need to choose a channel that we're going to test. These I can jumper to very easily. What was a radio ref? What? Huh? Oh god, this thing is covered in dust. I don't know, sometimes people give me credit for making references that I don't. It's like, I'm not that smart. People think I'm that smart. I'm not. I'm just not. Let's see. Power and ground. I mean, it's this one and this one, I believe. Let me just check. Ah, yes, the subwoofer channel. Channel 4 or channel 3? Which one is that? Yeah, these are for the big speakers, for the woofers. Woof, bark. Bark. Pin 1 and pin 3. These are not numbered. No, why would they be numbered? Why would you number these pins? Why? That would be silly. Which one is pin 1? Pin 1 and pin 3. Oh, there we go. There's a 12 Oh man, that's tough to see here. Squirting data. That's what I do when I'm off air. This one. All over the place. Mega squirt this, mega squirt that. You know how it is. I need flashlight because we don't have shop lights right now. On dim mode. Dim mode is good for the cameras. I bought this what is this? This thing is Coast HP3R because it recharges. So I've actually got a rechargeable light. It does a decent amount on full blast, but the reason that I bought it was that if it's a little tricky to get it into the mode, you got to like bounce your finger on the power button, but it has the non-intrusive light mode. And so every time I bring out this light, a friend of mine, because I've got all these idiotic tactical friends, this friend of mine is like, oh yeah, and he pulls out his flashlight that does 10 billion lumens for like a half a second. And it's like, dude, I do not need that much light. This is for walking the dog. There's pin 1. So pin 1, pin 2. So these are actually labeled with a little embossed pin number. I'm glad they did that because that makes our job that much easier. But yeah, he always comes out for like a dick measuring contest where he's waving his flashlight all around all willy-nilly. And it's like, I didn't buy this for the amount of light that comes out of it. I bought it for the lack of light and the fact that I've got a little silicone thing on the back that I can bite it if I need 2 hands. But then also it's dim. The dim part is very important. I don't want to have retina surgery every time I look at something in front of my face. People just don't get that. There's a new ESP device coming out. I can't say I'm terribly excited for it, but that's kind of neat. Okay, so I'm gonna solder pins onto this. Let's find a thing that I can solder. I just keep saying it today. I can't help myself. Because we could just go for power here and ground here right at these pins. And that'll just make our job a little bit easier. Solder. Solder. It's not solder unless it's from a specific region. Otherwise, it's just sparkling alloy. How's everybody's Friday shaping up? Mine's okay. I streamed. I don't think these really like taking on the solder, do they? All right. No, come back here. Door to the upstairs is closed, so I think the dog has people monitoring her at the moment, which is good. That takes a little bit of the burden off of me. Oh. Getting sloshed. Oh, okay. Which one is pin 1 is plus 12, so this is plus 12, and then this is ground. These clusters of 3 pins. Does that mean you're taking a bath? Because you're sloshing around in the water? I think that's what that means. I don't think I'm allowed to drink tonight. I think I have to be a good boy tonight. not be stupid. 4-pin SOC. How are we? This needs to be bent because otherwise it's going to short out and stuff. And I'll just get this out of the way. Oh, this is going to hurt me. It's going to be hot. Not like that. Not like that. Don't be weird. Don't be weird, chat. Don't be weird. Okay, there's that. Those are those 2 connections. So we can send a tweeter signal in only using this. We don't need to check the woofers. So our input right front. It's weird that they're like, oh, there we go. Yeah. Head unit, right front minus and plus, pin 14 and 15. So let's start with right front. I mean, the whole amp has failed, so I don't think we're going to really be seeing anything until we look at like the power electronics. But let's just plug in right front for now. Oh, good, there's no numbers. well, here's pin 1, here's pin 14, pin 26. So it's 14 and 15 are these two right here. And they're next to each other because it counts across the row of pins. You never know with these frickin' pins, man. They're all over the place. Sometimes they do them like ICs. Sometimes they do them like this, where you go down the row. Sometimes you go back and forth. So evens are on one side and odds are on the other. There's no rules out there, which is why they were prompted to label 1 and 14 on the connector itself. Yeah. Okay, this one and the one. Oh, wait. I missed. There we go. That's those two. We can hook up to those with the O-scope. So, here's the O-scope. Let's go to this view. O-scope right there. That, when I was looking at the input, was showing... That's 10 volt peak to peak. How was I seeing so much voltage? Was that the output that I was looking at? It must be, if there was that many volts. But then why wasn't there audio from the speed? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got trouble. If I was looking at the particular pins that I was looking at, those wouldn't necessarily have been inputs from, it might be that Bluetooth module. That might be fucking with me. It might be the Bluetooth module. I'm trying to think here, chat. I have this in 10 volt mode right now, and when I was pinning into the connector, I was pinning into this connector. No, but it wasn't plugged into the amp. Wait a minute, it wasn't plugged into the amp. So whatever was going on there was definitely coming from the radio. Okay, all right, I think we're okay. Oh, we need the input, because this is the output for... What was it? No, this is the input for the right front. So now we need the output for the right front. And we'll use the mids because they're not as high current and everything. There's a tweeter and a mid for each one. I need to just like differentiate the two. Where did all my jumpers go? I got my bin of disorganized jumpers here. Yeah, these will do. These will do. So right front input is connected. Now right front mid is pin 8 and 9. 8 and 9. I can't see shit. I need to now hold a flashlight in another hand. I see nothing. Where did my flashlight go? Wait, how did I lose that between here and there? Oh, it's over there. Okay, I got it. Okay. 1, 2. Connected properly? Yeah. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn it. I lost my place. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I lost it again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are right there. I gotta fuck. This one. Fucking go on the pin. $13, $12, $11, $10, $9. So one pin to the right. I hate it when you count up like the 4th time and you just lose all faith in your ability to operate in a modern society. So these are the outputs. Now is 8 or 9, which one is which? Which one is which? 8 is positive, 9 is negative. The white wire is negative. And this thing, we'll put the scope. These things are worth their weight in fucking, like, whatever. Something expensive, something more expensive than gold, because these Probe hats get lost very easily. Coworkers are very flippant about getting them away properly, and it drives me absolutely batshit insane. So if you, yeah, they're waiting saffron. If you work where there is public lab space, you should go buy some probe hats for yourself. It'll be like $10 that, how much, hold on, let me just look it up real quick. I'm gonna go to Amazon and just search probe hat. Probe hat. These are not, these are hats. These are hats. These are hats about probes. Tektronix probe clip. I guess you'd have to buy new leads, but they're still like $12 for new leads. The hat itself is something that just gets lost. It just gets lost because people will take them off and they'll like throw them under the scope or something. They never end up getting to a good place. So I keep very tight tabs on where the probe hats are. Input. So this should be an RCA input, which means it's 0 to 1 volt. The input is brown. No, that's the 14 is minus. So this one is plus. Plus and minus. Now we haven't even gotten to the important part. The important part is when I give this thing 12 volts, what happens? And what is probably going to happen, hopefully, is that we see something heat up excessively. Whenever that thing heats up excessively, that'll indicate to us what is wrong. So let's give that a go. Let me get this out of the way. I think I just heard a collar. I just hear a little jingle jingle in my space. Is there a puppy that's gonna visit me? Probably not. Probably not. I'm not cool enough. So yeah, let's do an initial power on and let's see if any of this stuff heats up excessively. 3, 2, 1, 12 volts. 0 amps. Nothing is happening. Mm-hmm. 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 Power goes there, power goes here, and then it distributes. They did a top one direction, bottom the other. Distributes over, hits some capacitors, some coils. Nothing is doing. You could hit it with a signal, but I don't think that's really going to do anything. Let's see. 72 hertz sine wave, 0.1 volt plus 5 volts. I need to move that voltage. Okay, I don't know how to work this thing. Escape, escape, escape. Turn it off and on again. What is our first stop for electricity here? It doesn't look like we start by filtering stuff. And these things look like individual circuits. You would think, I mean, maybe this would be like a power amplifier? No. I mean, power's going to this capacitor right here. It doesn't really go anywhere after that. Coil there. Well, let's probe the board with the multimeter. That's the stage we're at. At least we know it's dead. I mean, I gave it 12 volts into its input pins. We'll just make sure that we're actually giving it 12 volts here. Everything boils back to the multimeter, doesn't it? I really want to get that Alibaba one, the 3-in-1. I keep saying that because it's just on my mind. Pin 1 is... oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. I might be reverse currenting it right now. Pin 1 is 12 volts. So pin 3 is ground. So if I do this, I should see 12 volts. Ah, I made a scraping noise. Okay. What? here to here. Well, there's my first problem. Hold on a second. Let's switch hands. Yeah, we're trying to see what heats up with thermal, but nothing is because no power is going into it. Probably because I hooked something up wrong. There's 12 volts. Wait, negative 12 volts. Oh, yeah, I've got the probes in the wrong hand. There. Flip back, flip back, flip back. So from here to here, I should be seeing 12. Maybe I'm on the wrong pins. Yeah, I think I'm on the wrong pins. Yeah, I'm turning this off. All right, where's our power and ground going? It wasn't that junction. Which one of these is power? Let's go to ohms, and we'll do, this should be plus voltage. Okay, okay, who's the joker? Haha, very funny. So that one is ground. So we'll just flip the lead on that one. Which one of y'all is power? See, these three are for a big trace. That's why I think it would be. Yeah, okay. So it's reverse. It's hooked up in reverse. So I screwed it up. Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. No, we hooked it up properly. Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. No? Okay, so we don't know where power is. I need to find the pin for power. Pin for the power. Show yourself. Ugh. I guess it sneaks under and goes sort of a weird way. This one? Nope. It's definitely not that one. Those are both grounds. Okay. You think it would be kind of a big trace. Where's that big trace go? I don't think so. There aren't really other ones that have both on it. Nothing? Kidding me? Where are you getting power from, jerk? It's hard to know if I'm like making good contact too. Well, this could be the beginning of our problems. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get this one out of here. Yeah, there's nothing that triggers it. It doesn't activate with like a signal. It just gets 12 volts and works. There's no pin. There's no pin for the trigger. I mean, there's well, the white wire is the amp remote turn on. So that might actually be the one in between these two is the remote turn on. So we might need to trigger that. But first and foremost, this is also ground. So if I go over here to ground and I press this, I get ohms. Well, 70 kilo ohms. Oh yeah, if I move it around, it changes. So it's definitely that. This one, if I go here, that's not that. That gets 80 kilo ohms. Okay, hold on. Hold on a minute. I gotta find this pin. I think it's this one. Or not. And this could have been the problem all along, is that there's no connection. Why am I not finding power? How is that possible? If it goes up and over, then it's this pin right here. I'm moving this upwards so that I can actually stab onto the pin. Oh, dog's barking. What are you barking at? The dog. Where's power? I don't know where power is. Why am I unable to find it? Well, this could be the first part of the problem here. Did that move a little bit? I thought I saw it move a little bit. Try to really, like, stab the crap out of this thing. Or, like, stab the trace itself. Nope, not that. It's not this. Alright, I'm gonna reposition. Up, Red Dog. Yeah, I guess when the car... It's not a blown fuse. I've checked every fuse in the car. It's not a blown fuse. Every fuse in the car. Every single one. I don't know. So the remote amp turn on is what would turn the amp on. I think this pin right here turns it on and off. So I should probably check that pin as well on the car. But I unplugged that Bluetooth phone module. That thing should then leave it in a scenario where the amp works again. Because I don't think the car module... Well, I actually don't know if the turn on pin... Because when you put the ignition into a position, that's when it'll power up the components. Maybe the radio has a relay associated with it. I don't know. I don't know everything about how the car works. You figure it out. You go figure it out yourself. Sick of questions. I don't understand. I've got what appear to be two grounds here, and I'm not finding anything connected to this pin. Stop asking about fuses. It's not fuses. Jeez. I'm sick of it. Every forum post that I've looked at has been like, look at the fuses. Like, I'm done with fuses. Well, that changed. That changed. There it is. Yeah, it's all the way over here. How do they manage that? I guess it goes down and over? I don't know. They managed to put this pin all the way on the opposite side of the entire fucking thing. Wait, 125 ohms does not a connection make. Yeah, 125 ohms that's a resistor. 109K. 125. What the fuck? Kilo ohms. That's not the power connection. Damn it. My hands hurt. Wait, this isn't pin 1. Which one of y'all's... Wait, I think it is pin 1. Hold on. Which one of y'all is pin 1? Flashlight. Check. My shop lights, the lights that allow me to see stuff in here. I was looking at pin 7. That's the reason is because I'm dumb. My shop lights are out because I looked at how to reboot a Tasmota device, and I actually accidentally looked up how to reset the device. So I've unintentionally reset my shop lights. It might be that power isn't getting to this thing, like, at all. It could be the corrosion was right in the right spot to cut power. Because, like, this pin... Oh, God, everything's all... This pin right here, I would have to figure out where it go. But it appear not go. It appear go here. And it looks like there's a big trace coming off of this thing, although that might be this pin. So if that traces this pin... 3K. How am I getting, like, nice resistor values from this stuff? Possible that this is, in fact, power. And it's just not making a connection. 2M. I'm getting this connector off. I guess while we're here, we can do that. I'm removing this connector. I want to see if there's a broken trace under it. Might be a little tough. I think we can do it, though. I think we do it relatively quickly. I wanted to see all this stuff on the scope, but I guess that's not going to happen. We're going to look at connectors. Because we hooked up power supposedly to the right parts and nothing happened. Which we weren't connecting it through the connector. We were connecting it at this header. I'm trying to verify that this thing is connected to that header. It has to be. It has to get power somewhere. But it's like nothing. I'm not getting anything for that pin. Unless I'm just a crazy person. Am I just a crazy person? It should be there, and I'm not ohming it to that. We were applying power here, and nothing was happening, and that's probably because the remote amp on pin wasn't doing anything. But in addition to that, I mean, that's fine. I want to know if maybe the power pin corroded under this connector, and that's why my car amp doesn't work. It wouldn't, so probing it from the back won't do anything. Because the assumption that I'm running under at the moment is that the trace for the connector is broken, and it's under the connector, because that would have held on to moisture. So yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's see if we can get that out of there. I'll use the remainder of the chip quick that I got out, which is just a little tiny stalk of it. Unless I put that back. I thought I tossed it right over here. I would think, but then thinking has been the problem today. I could use a scrap, all the little pieces that I sucked out of everywhere else. Actually, I think the solder sucker will do a good job eviscerating this connector. We'll just hold it up by the entire thing. I've had that song stuck in my head from the mix, even though I wasn't here to listen to it. All right, that should be enough force. And then I get to go down here. You test between the connector and the jumpers on the back plate. I don't need to. I don't need to. Why do you guys think I need to do that? That'll give me continuity. It won't tell me anything. It'll just give me continuity. It's the trace that is suspect, and I would like to view it. What the hell? It just like spray solder I didn't even suck the solder out of it, and it just like. All right, let's add a little bit of solder to all these. Get this out of here. Stock footage of guy soldering thing. Where'd all the solder go? How come that? Weird. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just hitting it with a little bit of the flux that's in the solder and a little bit of the solder alloy, the partially leaded alloy, to refresh what's already there. Because what's already there is, what, 30 years old? Maybe 20? 99? Yeah. Okay, hopefully this will just be one operation per pin. It's not. That didn't clean it up. This would have been so much easier if I didn't put this thing back together. Oh, where'd the camera go? Okay, hold on. Let's get this back on camera. Back on camera. Everybody move away. This thing starts to tilt. God, it's just, I can't really get it on camera. I can do this. Hold on. Everything is in the way. Multimeter, you go down here. This thing over here. There it is. You can barely see it. What's that noise? Ah! Get out of here. Turn off signal generator. You tilt back a little bit. Ah, look at that. Little bits left on it. I can barely see what I'm doing. Here we go. The shadow of my hand. Then it collides the camera. Camera moves, everything. It's all this equipment that I have floating in front of my face. Horrible. Flux. Yeah. Didn't think we were done. Didn't think we were going to be desoldering more stuff, but here we are. Ugh, this is going to be tough to get on camera, huh? All right, let's see if I can get... Yeah, you guys... How can I capture this? I could do... If I could hold that at an angle... All right, I'm going to use car parts to prop this thing up. Oh! I hit the lamp, and then the lamp hit the arm of the camera, and it punched me in the chest. God, can't win today. I can't. I just can't. That is as janky as they come. All right, there. Let's do a little bit more of a top view. There we go. And the only reason I'm doing a top view is because it's most convenient for me to... Oh, and then even though the light is not that tall, I'm still blocking. Somehow I'm still sending a huge shadow right into what we're working on. Now the light is in the way of the camera. Committed to the factory look. Yeah, I don't want to just like put another amp in there. I have an amp coming in the mail though, so I can't get a good shot of this. We just have to realize that and move on with our lives. There's like a minor shadow that I'm casting on this, and it's like blanking the entire shot, and it makes it look like I'm terrible at this. It is oddly quiet upstairs. I probably have to go check on the dog. I think this will come out clean. Let's see if we can get this out clean, because this will be the defining... This will tell us what failed. I have a feeling that the trace has broken. Camaro. No, it's a 528. 528i Touring. Okay, I can't get video of this. It's too weird. It's too awkward. We'll just do it like this. Yeah, I probably just need to use chip quick, because then the connector is just going to drop out. I'll just use more chip quick, which is unfortunate because chip quick is not cheap, but sometimes you just need to stick to your guns. Go with what works. There was like a pile of, I probably could have used the chip quick that I used earlier, as in the little bits of it that were left over. What up, Warzaber? How's buddy? We're looking at my car stereo. I drive a BMW 528i from 1999, and when my battery died, I hooked it back up, or hooked the battery back up, and the radio no longer produced sound. And the way the radio works in this car is there is a receiver that is separate from the radio controls, It's actually the CD player is the receiver. That communicates digitally with all kinds of other stuff. It sends the audio all the way back to the left side of the trunk where it goes into this amplifier. And this amplifier is powered by 12 volts, and it hides back there like a little bastard, and it amplifies the audio from the radio in order to make your speakers happy. So what's happened in my car is I got nothing over the speakers. And so we looked at a bunch of the different components to figure out what might fail. There's also a telephone module in my car. It appears as though the telephone module just plugs in line with the speakers and decides what it wants to do. But when that module activates, it then deactivates the phone line and takes over. I don't think that's what's going on here. I don't think that module is responsible for my no audio. It is pretty suspicious, but I don't think it's what it is. The amplifier is getting 12 volts, and it is getting an audio signal, and it's not producing an output. So my theory is that corrosion actually did get to this thing. I didn't think it did. Looks like it did. So right now, I'm using Chip Quick to try to hold as many of these pins as molten as long as possible so that I can remove this connector and look under it to see if there's a broken trace. There's a big thing of corrosion sitting right on top of this board because this board faces upwards where the connectors are, and so there's a whole bunch of corrosion right there. That might have been the problem. Now my puppy is getting antsy in the pantsy because it's about stopping time, so no, it doesn't have that style of security lockout. I was actually able to take the car or the steering wheel from my E46 and swap it into the E39, and it still used it just fine. I think the security module, the lockouts, don't deal with the radio. Starting to move. There we go. Chip Quick. Swear by the stuff, man. It really works. Oh, hello. Hello, yes. Yes. Yes, I see what might be wrong. Was locked when I bought the car. GM tried to charge me $80. I've dealt with that before, actually. I've dealt with that type of digital lockout system. We got a Chevy center, or whatever it is, gauge cluster, and got it working for a job that I was doing. We found it. We finally found the smoking gun in the entire system, and it is right fucking there. Look at that. You hate to see it, but you love to watch it go. If I wanted to fix this amp, I could now fix it. I could now fix this amp with a little piece of wire. A little tiny little piece of wire. But it appears as though on the connector housing itself, water got under this and rendered it totally fucking useless. That is the pin right there, the via right there. That's the top of the via. I don't see any grub screws. How long are you guys going to be on the grub screw thing? One day I'm going to legitimately use a grub screw. Isn't the code always the last 4 of your VIN? They don't do codes in this generation. There's no codes that go into the radio. Honda the Night. Yeah, those radio codes are always annoying. We always had removable. Back in my day, we had the removable face plates. But this radio integration system is such that it doesn't get stolen because what are you going to do with all these parts? Like, they're all meant for very specific tasks. All right. We figured it out. My dog is getting antsy. She probably wants to take a little tour of the radio, take a tour of the neighborhood. So I'm gonna call it quits here on Friday at my normal time. We're a little bit over. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I did, however, try to sneak out a fart, and it came out completely loud just then. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I'll be around. I mean, we did Wednesday this week, right? We did like a long marathon of streaming. I will be back on Tuesday, and we won't be working on car stuff because we finally figured out what went wrong. I'm debating about whether or not I want to repair this or just wait until Monday for the new one to come in. Ford a similar failure on the Windstar body control module. Ugh, yeah. Well, time to paint the town with pee. She doesn't do that. She goes in like 2 spots and then she poops on the neighbor's lawn. And it's always, she always chooses the same neighbor. And this is one with a bunch of Ring security cameras that are lit up, and their porch light is like a 200-watt bulb. It's so bright. And she just, dude. Oh, this seems like a nice spot. Like right on their front lawn. And I'm just sitting there, like just going to all the cameras. Like, and she wants to get closer and closer to the house because they've got a lawn and then they got a bunch of stuff. And she likes to sort of tootle around the stuff. She always doesn't. Always the same way too. I could fix this. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to wait for the new part and put it in. It's unfortunate because everything else works on this. Now that we've found out that the entire thing just wasn't getting power because of corrosion, we know that everything else is probably just fine. It's funny that the new battery was able to make that happen. That's odd. It's odd that it happened right on the anniversary, like right when the new battery, I guess the slightly higher voltage must have caused a cracked trace to just finally go, and then it's dead. It's a big relief to know what went wrong. Now I can move on with my life. I can get my hair cut and I can lose weight and actually be on top of things for once. 10,000 lumen bulb on my porch light. Why? Anyway, back Tuesday, working on Burn the Subs. Hopefully I get circuit boards soon. Yeah, well, it had to be the battery that took it out because I had audio before. Yeah, join me next time. Here's all the links and stuff. It's not many. I guess I'm still on Twitter. If you feel like joining the Discord, talking electronics or just sharing stupid memes, I will be there. I'll be on Discord tomorrow and the day after and the day after, and I'll see you guys then. Hey, Sip12, thank you for subbing. Cool. Yeah. We'll get into cooler stuff. We got to work on power supply stuff, and then I might move some cameras over to the board over there and do some wiring. But yeah, have a good weekend. Absolutely, Mahalo. You too. I don't know what I'm gonna do about all this stuff lying here. I might fix the amp and just have an extra. I don't know. What do I do? What do I do? What do I